Oh, I don't have any notes. That'll make it easier.
All right, I think we'll go ahead and get started. This is our April 9th Planning Commission public hearing. Can I start with roll call, please? Start with you all the way on the end. Just give us your name and
Roll call.
that you're here.
Jonathan Hayek.
Welcome, Jonathan.
Lou Totore.
AJ Summers.
Rich Levy.
Brian Adams.
Calais Cruz.
And online, David, are you here?
Yes, David Box.
Thank you.
Hey, guys.
Before we begin agenda items tonight, is there anybody who's here who would like to give us public comment on something not on tonight's agenda?
Fine.
Seeing none, and if there's any public comment that you would like to make online, we would need people online, so never mind. Then we'll go into our first agenda item. I should say our first agenda items. We will try and combine presentation and discussion for our first two items today. These are PL 2025-0397 Hilltop Resort Hotel Conditional Use. And then for recommendation to council, PL 2025-0398 Hilltop Resort PUD. Is the applicant here for a presentation?
And Brian, before we get started, I need to recuse myself for these first two items. My firm's on the design team.
Thank you, AJ.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time today. Thank you, Chair and members of the Planning Commission for your time tonight and the care you bring to these decisions. We know the role is not easy and we don't take that lightly, the opportunity to be in front of you tonight. My name is Alex Smith. I'm the president of Anco Hospitality. We own and operate Hilltop Resort here in Steamboat Springs, along with 8 other properties across the country. We've been a part of this community for over 20 years. This project's been in the community for 50 plus years. I want to talk a little bit about who we are as Anco for the flow of my presentation. Anco is a certified B Corp. We care deeply about our values, people, planet, and profit. It's a commitment that we have along with the certification. We log over thousands of hours within the community from a volunteer standpoint, and we want to be an active member in this community. We're widely recognized as a top impact hotel across, you could say, the US or the country. We're not a faceless developer. We have a presence here, and we want to continue to grow within Steamboat. We want to help Steamboat retain what makes it special, and we want to be here for a long time. With that being said, I want to talk a little bit about why we're here tonight. You know, we've operated at this property as a hotel for decades. Ownership patterns have changed, names have changed, but we still operate and look and function like a hotel. Staff has confirmed that in the report. We're simply asking for the zoning to reflect the reality that has existed for years. No new construction, no change in use, no change in traffic patterns are happening here. Nothing will impact our neighbors or the community in any way. Staff confirmed in their review this application does not trigger any new infrastructure requirements under the Community Development Code because nothing operating is changing. I'll talk a little bit of how we got here. We like to collaborate with the city, with the community, and we took that approach here in every step of the way. When staff had comments, we incorporated them. When staff asked to refine, we refined them. All to get to a process that we feel the staff could support. As our operations evolved over the years and the property functioned increasingly as a hotel, a question arose about how we best align our zoning with the reality. The city helped us identify the right path forward and we pursued it. That was a productive relationship with local government that we try to embody in every area we operate. I want to talk a little bit about the PUD component here, the workforce housing commitment in this application. As we know, the PUD process requires us to demonstrate a community benefit. So when we sat back and really wanted to understand what the Steamboat community needed, housing was our obvious answer. We know this community struggles with it. The people who make Steamboat function, hospitality workers, service workers, teachers, often can't afford to live here. So we're committed to 4 workforce housing units within the existing building footprint. That's a real cost, a real commitment to us. We didn't design this benefit around what was the cheapest, most convenient for us. We designed it around the thought that would be the most meaningful to the community. We hope the commission sees it that way too. In closing, we're good neighbors. We've been here for over 20 years. We want to keep operating, keep employing local people, keep contributing to this community, and keep being the kind of company that Steamboat can be proud of to have here. So with that, we respectfully ask that your approval and welcome any questions you have.
Great. Thank you very much. And Kelly, you have a presentation for us as well.
I do. Kelly Douglas, Senior Planner. So this is 2 items. I'm going to summarize the context that applies to both. I'll talk about both applications, kind of what the deal is, and then go through staff's findings. And then for your part, you can make 2 different motions for the 2 different applications. But thank you for considering these together. I think it cuts down a little redundancy because the background is shared. So the subject property, it's located at 1000 High Point Drive. It's zoned MF1, multiple family 1. For background, again, this is shared between both applications, the planned unit development, or PUD, we'll call it, and conditional use. So for background, the existing 82,580 square foot building was constructed in 1972 as a Ramada Hotel. This was prior to annexation into the city. In 1996, so quite a ways after that, the hotel use was terminated to convert the building to a timeshare multiple family residential use. That happened 1996. I think I mentioned that. Today, the building consists of 56 units, 21 lock-off rooms, and 2 commercial spaces that are currently unused. And that's all served by 114 parking spaces. Historically, under the timeshare model, units not occupied by timeshare owners were made available for rental through centralized management. And over time, as ownership patterns change and more units are returned to management control, a greater portion of those units become available for rental. As a result, the overall operation of the property has shifted away from individual timeshare ownership occupancy toward more transient lodging consistent with hotel operations. This shift over time is not influenced by the property owner. They don't have control over who sells or who defaults on their timeshare. Importantly, as I said, it's shifted gradually over time and also without any changes to the physical development. So the change in owners has been happening and the building has remained the same. The use is kind of almost on a sliding scale is like one way you could think about it. The use is, as a result, over time, the current operation, it no longer aligns with the uses permitted in the MF1 zone district. MF1 doesn't allow hotel at this time. The use is not recognized as legally nonconforming under the Community Development Code as it was not formally established or approved as such. And it cannot continue in its current form without approval of a zoning mechanism that allows the use. So that's where the planned unit development application, the PUD before you, comes in this evening. The applicant's proposing to modify a very limited surgical part of the use chart to just allow hotel as a conditional use in the MF zone district at this specific location. So it's a very tight change is the proposal. And with the approval of the PUD, if it's approved, the second request before you this evening is the conditional use. So the PUD allows the use to be considered, would potentially change the zoning, and the conditional use is what allows the hotel use to continue. So those are the 2 zoning mechanisms there. The conditional use would formalize the existing hotel operation within the building. That would be the outcome of an approval. And again, there's no expansion of the building proposed or changes to the site that are part of this request. Finally, the PUD criteria for approval, it calls for community enhancement. So to address this, the proposal includes 4 workforce units within the existing building. Those are proposed to be delivered within 2 years, and those are secured through a conditional use, through a condition of approval that's attached to the conditional use application. So it's a development agreement that would be recorded within the next 60 days from approval, and that agreement is where the applicant is proposing to, deliver these within 2 years. Staff did receive public comment related to these applications and to the condition of High Point Drive and the access to the site. These comments generally raise concerns about the roadway condition, safety, and responsibility for improvements. Staff did consider access as part of the review and applied the Community Development Code standards based on the scope of the application. This application does not propose a significant new development or increase in intensity, and therefore does not trigger requirements for roadway improvements at this time. By comparison, Development Plan DPV 1902 and Preliminary Plat 1903 for the adjacent Longview Highlands subdivision, that approval was for an 110-unit multiple family development, and that did trigger construction of High Point Drive to meet city standards and ultimately be dedicated as a public street. And that work is tied to that development and reflects the scale of the impacts introduced by the new units. So for this application, it is limited to formalizing this existing condition, so it doesn't introduce the same impacts. So staff has applied the standards based on that scope. Overall, in this context, staff finds the proposals, because there's two, together represent a reasonable approach to bring the property into compliance with the code while securing a community benefit. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kelly. Any questions from commissioners to staff or the applicant? Rich?
Quick one for Kelly. I thought I heard you just say when you were talking about the PUD that there's conditions of approval?
No, there's no conditions tied to the PUD. It's a rezoning. It's just rezoned or not rezoned. It goes into effect, like there's effective language that will be with the ordinance, but the condition is attached to the conditional use. Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard said. Another question, or staff or the applicant, but I think the staff would be better. When we have a PUD, why didn't we just include hotel as a use by right in the PUD instead of having to make multiple changes? With the PUD, we're making our own zone district. You could make whatever uses to be approved with a PUD, unless I'm mistaken. That's why we have a PUD, because it doesn't fit any other zone district. Why didn't we just include hotel use as a use by right or limited, or so we didn't have to have 2 hearings and multiple jump through the hoops?
Do you want to speak to that?
I think that's a good question because a hotel is a commercial use. It's not allowed in that current zone district. We thought this was a pretty special situation and that the additional review and scrutiny that a conditional use would require would be appropriate in this location.
But a PUD uses don't have to match the underlying zone district in any way. Do we really have that limitation on PUDs?
No, I mean, that's what this PUD does. It basically says all standards stay the same, except now hotels may be approved as a conditional use. Keep in mind that any significant expansion of this use would have to come back through that process. So again, staff's opinion and direction to the applicant from the get-go was to try to minimize potential impacts of this kind of a change and really keep the PUD as tight as possible to allow for continuing the existing circumstance. So any expansion of this hotel would come back to Planning Commission for a conditional use approval, by which you'd have the ability to evaluate impacts to the surrounding neighborhood, place conditions on that, have some authority over that approval. But to answer your question directly, yes, they could have proposed it as a use by right.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Kelly. You indicated that the traffic issues are really associated and the repair of the road is associated with the other development that we approved previously.
Correct. Improvement of that road,
The
Longview
not Longview, but what's the High Point Road? The bad,
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just said the wrong, apologies. Apologies. I do not mean to confuse. Yes, that was an improvement of the road to city standards, and dedication to the city is a component of that previous approval.
so this has nothing to do with this
No,
conditional use.
it does not.
As the attorney for the Longview development would have us believe.
Staff doesn't find there to be,
Thank you.
of course.
Without going down too deep of a tangent, is there anything, I mean, the road itself is a required access for that property to exist. Is there anything just in and of itself that requires it to be maintained at a certain level and not allowed to be fallen into disrepair and become undrivable? It needs to continue to function as an access, in other words, right? Is there anything outside of tonight that could satisfy the question that they have?
I think like staff's applied the standards how we feel is appropriate and consistent.
And I'm not trying to tie that in. I hope you know that's okay.
It's totally fair. But that said, like if the planning commission would like to consider a condition related to maintenance, like addressing a pothole, for example, like that could be discussed with the applicant as a condition. We could work together on a maintenance plan. If that was like a condition you found appropriate and they found appropriate and agreed, like you could take that approach. But for staff's part, like we have applied, like, to kind of restate myself, like, yeah, we feel.
And I apologize that I'm making it sound like I'm asking you to restate yourself. So I'll help clarify. My point was more hypothetical outside of specific conditions to these, knowing that the neighbors have had this concern for a long time because we've heard about it many different times, haven't really had a chance to ask you since. But if there's, let's say there's an access easement or this private road or something like that that exists, that is access for something to exist on the other side of it, isn't there kind of I would assume there's something in the CDC or the engineering standards that requires that access to be maintained at a level that can provide access, right? And so if something has turned into a four-wheel drive road, then it's not meeting its own base level of existing. Does that make sense? And so that's not a condition for tonight. I'm not trying to tie it to that, but isn't there an expectation anyway? Question mark?
Yeah, I think that there are some expectations, yes, that the road would be maintained in a safe and passable condition. So I think that there are avenues. I mean, I think the city may have an option to pursue that outside of this approval. Is that what you're asking?
That's kind of what I'm wondering. Yeah,
Yep.
because I know that the neighbors have been concerned about that for a long time. This is not the avenue as you're saying tonight, but is there an avenue that exists? So I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
I would just add that I believe I don't know the particular section, so I will not steer you wrong. But there is a section in the municipal code that I think relates
That
to your
touches on
question
that.
about maintenance and the condition of roads.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff or the applicant?
Yeah, I have a question. Rebecca, you kind of touched on this for a second, but if they were to expand the use, what does that mean? Like, what would trigger needing to get a new approval for hotel use? For instance, if they added on to this building or rebuilt this building in any way, are they automatically approved for hotel use, or is this specific to the building that exists right now?
What you're reviewing tonight is specific to what's there right now. The conditional use, if it were approved, that would be the approved plan. So that would be what they're approved for. If there was any future development proposed, it would follow the same applicability for any development plan. If there was an expansion of the use, it would come to you. You would see it as a conditional use. That's what this PUD that's the zoning procedure. It would assign that use for this parcel in this zone district. So if let's say they wanted to add 5 rooms or a room, if they wanted to add a new room, let's say, that would be an expansion of the use and it would require a conditional use approval. If there was and that would be the case whether it was built like attached to the building, so expanding the footprint, or if they were proposing to add units within the building, that would be an expansion of the hotel use. So that would come before you. As far as site development, that would just follow the normal development plan process based on its scope. So if it was an addition less than 1,500 square feet, like that would be a minor modification. If it was greater than that, it would likely fall in a development plan public hearing process because it's a very big building. So yeah, it would just depend on the scope of the change, but this PUD, if approved, would necessitate an approval from this body in order to expand the hotel use in the future at any time.
So just so I'm understanding you correctly, this kind of plays into Rich's question about like, in the future, if this gets developed again, it comes back to us. It's not a use by right in perpetuity now. Now it's going to keep coming back to us if they wanted to propose something different that is still hotel use. Correct?
Well, if it was not a hotel use, we would review that use based on that use's procedure.
No, just still hotel use is what I'm asking about. It would come back to us as a conditional use if there's any change.
Yeah, as long as there's a C on that chart, it's coming here. And that's what this PUD proposes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Brian, it's David. Can you hear me? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, David. No, go ahead.
Sorry. Just to tie a little more onto your questioning regarding High Point. I appreciate the fact that it's the maintenance and repair of that's tied to another case, but that case may never develop. And so how do we ensure the access for this property that is required is moved forward and doesn't remain in its current state? And you may have been heading there with what else can we do as a city, but I'm a little concerned with approving something that's based on a condition of another case happening. Does that make sense? Kelly, does that make sense?
I follow. I think the condition of the road is not currently tied to this development, like this conditional use and PUD application. I think that could be, that's absolutely a question that could be explored, but I don't know that this application is the one to address what would happen if the development next door does not come to fruition. Please jump in if there's more to add, but it seems to me like that's sort of a third question on the table that this application is not necessarily going to be the one to answer tonight.
Oh, yeah, no, that's great.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just to be clear too, we have hotel operations that we need, and as much as a guest experience of a four-wheel drive experience, not what we want as far as everything that they're experiencing walking into the property. So we have an annual maintenance plan that we're addressing post-season. It's just not going to be brought up to the complete city standards that is tied to the development that's happening there.
Thank
So
you.
if I can follow on to my question then for the applicant, would you be willing to add a condition of your maintenance plan and the approval of that maintenance plan by the planning director as a condition?
Can you repose that question one more time?
Would you be willing to add a condition that your maintenance plan is submitted to the planning department and subject to planning director approval?
Inside of this scope of this this
Yes.
conditional use?
Yes.
Not at this time. We have an annual maintenance plan that we're going to be doing and going forward with.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for your answer. I have a really tough time when we have a road that's required for access. Seasonal, we have a potential fire challenge this year. And there are loads of people who use that road and can't get down, and you're not willing to agree to a maintenance plan. I'm confused.
I'm saying like in the meeting in this moment right now, I mean, it would have to be a discussion that we have without knowing details of what we're committing to.
Sure. My question is, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to follow up on David's question and ask another question. My recollection of the road is it does not meet engineering standards. has never met engineering standards. I don't know. I think it was an annexation acquisition. What I glean from the letter that was in our packet is that there's a question of health, safety, and welfare. And that is an important question. And I don't know that a maintenance plan would fix the problems associated with that road. That was why I believe the new development was going to redo the road completely because the curves in it are too tight. It's too steep for as wide as it is. I don't think there are any railings along the road. So I think there's a lot going on that road. But the question Dave poses, I think, is pretty important in that, as far as I know, that development has probably less than a year to come back to us and start construction. I'm not sure, but I think it's something like that. And I think the probability of that happening is not high. So, this is like a conundrum because if that road is terrible. That road is absolutely terrible. And whether it needs to have potholes fixed or to be redesigned and reconstructed, it does deal with the issue of access for a hotel.
Lou, do you have a question in our question?
I think there is somewhere,
Is
but
there
I'm
a
trying to
question
work it
coming?
out.
Let's try and stick to that as much as we can right now. if we could.
What I was getting at is there value in having some post-meeting discussions with the applicant in terms of what they're willing to do to help improve that road?
And Lou, that was part of my question to the applicant is, would you agree to submit a maintenance agreement approved by the planning director? Not that it comes back to this body,
Yeah.
but it's part of the discussion with the planning department.
You guys want to tackle that? That'd be great.
So I would say, in terms of the condition of the road, Commissioner Tortora is correct. It does not meet city engineering standards. It is, I'm not going to try to speak to whether it's like curvature, rail, all the things. The bottom line is that it doesn't meet city engineering standards. So we are, in its current condition, unwilling to accept it as a public street. So with the adjoining the neighboring development approval for Longview Village for the residential next door, the requirement was that road be brought up to city street standards and be dedicated as a public street. So that's what that development plan approval will require. Certainly, I think that there are probably some real legitimate concerns about the existing condition of the road. I think that the city has some mechanisms in place to address those. In terms of tying it to this conditional use approval, I think Kelly's already sort of addressed this, but I just want to reiterate, this approval is not for any change to a use. So we don't feel it would be appropriate to require significant improvements to the road, right? Like bringing it up to city standards or something like that. Because this proposal, this use approval does not allow for expansion, increase in intensity of the existing use. And the circumstance that the applicant, the property owner, is trying to solve for was a gradual shift in their use over time that occurred really sort of outside of their control. These timeshare units default, and when they do so, they come back into that management's control. And that's not necessarily something that was like a decision made or even really something that could be controlled. So that's where we felt like that, to tie some sort of specific improvements to the road to this conditional use, we didn't feel like it met that threshold of mitigating impacts from this use, because we're not seeing that what's being proposed and in front of you tonight is any change in impact from what's there existing.
I would also like to add that fire and engineering were also part of the development review team that reviewed this application. So fire and engineering, they're aware of the state of the road from a life safety standpoint. It's all to add on that, like, this has been part of the review. And fire, although they would love to see change with the road, we all together agree. We would not be recommending approval if all departments did not agree that this is a reasonable approach. So that's for your, consideration as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Can I follow up the question?
No, hang on just a
Oh,
sec,
go ahead.
David.
I'm sorry.
This is slightly related. With either motion, either the conditional use or the PUD, is there any sort of expiration or time frame that we can say, if we can approve it for a period of time, but we come back and revisit if there are any potential unintended consequences or change in the status of the road or increase usage, anything like that?
Staff has not proposed or considered anything along those lines because, again, we're looking at an existing use. There's no change. There's no additional development at this time. It kind of just is what it is. And we find that this approach, the PUD plus the conditional use, is reasonable given kind of a complicated context. This was built before it was in the city. So that's like already just going to create some things that are old don't match up with our code the same. So anyway, the point is to say that we have not considered limiting the time of this use because it doesn't necessitate that. It's not temporary, it's permanent. Yeah, I mean, I think this body can propose and assign conditions that the applicant finds, that's all, but that's staff's approach. That's why we haven't developed a condition or proposed a condition along those lines.
Thank you.
Yeah.
David, you had another question online?
Yes, just to follow up. If approval is not granted tonight for the conditional use, is the applicant acting would the applicant be subject to potential code compliance because they're acting without this right?
Potentially.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Is there any public comment for this agenda item? Thanks. Come on down. Please give us your name and address, and please try and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Mark Freirish, Post Office Box 774056, Steamboat Springs, Colorado. I'm here in my capacity as attorney for Longview Village, Inc., an adjacent landowner to the Hilltop Resort. I'm glad a lot of your comments address High Point Drive because I plan to address that issue together with Mr. McGill. Longview has both a recorded easement and a stipulation adopted by the Routt County District Court, which provides authority for Longview to utilize High Point Drive for access to its property known as Outlot 2 and convert High Point Drive to a public road conforming to city specifications. Eric Soltis, Community Development Engineer, has been furnished with copies of the relevant documents, and he has acknowledged that Longview has satisfied his concerns regarding Longview's authority to make improvements to High Point Drive. Pursuant to the stipulation, Hilltop Resort Owners Association and related entities are required to reimburse Longview for a portion of the costs which are incurred in bringing High Point Drive up to city standards. Notwithstanding these facts, Hilltop Resort Owners Association and related entities have alleged that Longview's efforts to upgrade High Point Drive constitute trespassing, Longview has been prevented from making improvements to High Point Drive and ultimately dedicating the roadway to the city of Steamboat Springs. If this, if we were able to dedicate the road to city Steamboat Springs and make the required improvements, it would result in a much safer roadway. The city is in an ideal position today to require Hilltop Resort Owners Association and its related entities to bring High Point Drive up to standards, which will make it safe for guests and the general public to access Hilltop Resort. The city should use this opportunity to require Hilltop Resort Owners Association to make improvements to High Point Drive. Mr. McGill of 4 Point Surveying and Engineering will address the Community Development Code provisions which apply to the application before you and why High Point Drive upgrades should be a condition for the reclassification of the property at issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any additional public comment?
Planning Commission, Walter McGill, 4 Point Surveying and Engineering on behalf of Longview Village. As Mark said, we completed as part of the approval on the preliminary drawings and the development plan, which has now been extended once for its second 3-year. I think it expires in 2027. A set of construction drawings to build out High Point Drive. And the two groups were ready to get going last year, and they could not agree on access onto the road. Now, the Legacy Resorts, or the group here tonight, they own the roadway outright. So that's shown on page 13 of your packets tonight. But the question is really, I think there's an inconsistency with community plan, an inconsistency with previous development plans when they've changed. Some development projects that have been timeshare changed to hotels have to do sidewalk and parking lot improvements. I'm not seeing that be required here. We're talking about a PUD, and the public benefit is new workforce housing for employees within the units. So it seems kind of a not very public benefit. These new units would attribute additional traffic counts. Now, this road has been in its present shape back and forth with the maintenance agreement for 20 years. We've seen it with different groups of puddles. It's an intense drainage down there. It gets real flat, but we think we have a solution for it. But I think overall that, there's multimodal safety improvements that aren't being addressed in the community plan. There's failure to mitigate negative impacts because the neighbors up here that live up in Longview are subject to trying to get to this road as a secondary access. It's interesting to hear that Fire thinks this is okay and Public Works think this road is okay for getting up here. Tonight I recommend a condition that the road repair be built to a local street section. So what's to be constructed by the development is 12-foot lanes, 4-foot shoulders, new guardrails, so it's pretty intense. But if Longview Development doesn't go and he lets it expire, his development project, then we as a community and the people that live up there have no condition. You've heard from staff that there's no time frame on this. So people that own the hotel continue to say, well, we'll drive around on it and we'll take our guest up Hilltop where we have a smooth road. They have access getting into their property from the north side too up there. So I know they want to do better. I know they want to make it better for their guests, but you can't force two parties that go back to court with stipulations to agree. So they might never get agreement. My clients, he watches the market a lot and he may not build this. He's willing to entertain offers to sell it. But I think it's a lose-lose if it's not addressed tonight because they're not coming back for a number of years. So take your time with it, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment? Not seeing any. Is there any public comment online? I see one commenter who has had their hand up since before these items began. If you have public comment related to this agenda item, can unmute yourself, give us your name and address.
Hello, this is PC Lafleur. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Are you able to hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, hello, this is PC Lafleur. I like to comment. I say that I do support the hotel movement. I think it is. I come here. I'm from Quebec, Canada. I come during the COVID-19 pandemic. I say, no, I don't like the mask. Yeah. I said, this mask no good. They say, okay. Tell I stay in hotel when I first come to this town. Yeah. And I don't know how you say the Dillum Streamstar. I work with it, and so this hotel would be good for development for this Jean-Jacques Lefleur. He like to stay in the hotel when he come down for the summer and he do the visit. And Jean-Jacques Lefleur is one of the streams.
Is he
Star
breaking up?
from Streamstar Convention. So he do this, and the Clegg from Streamstar
Yes.
Kalakalaka. Do you know the Kalakalaka from Streamstar? Yeah, so work with all of the Streamstar, Dillum, and Clegg from Streamstar Goblina. Do you know Lacey? Is a very nice girl. On the Streamstar, she's good, and it will work. I come into town. They like to stay in a luxury brand, and when we have the good hotel in Steamboat Spring, we can attract more. We can get more Streamstar. Like he played a jailer in the Sardine Tin. We can have Aperture would be good, and then I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the VTuber Masushi, but we could get her in the. When I come here from Quebec, I do not know that it was limited. For hotel, we do not have all the option to get into so many more, and we can get Streamstar like Cocker and Dr. Cross. We can get into the server. Slack AU is the winner. I think he the #1 Streamstar. We can get all kinds of stream, and then there is I just look. Perp Master is #1. He take care of Streamstar. He was to battle. Chat. Dillum, of course, because it's going to be good for Streamstars to see exposure for the hotel. We can get Noswell. Noswell will be good for. I just try to think of more of the Streamstar when I go through the list here.
So you have 10 seconds left in our 3 minutes. If you have anything else to
I
wrap
write them all
up.
down. Shandy Sarcasm can come and he can make the. Yeah, so Shandy Sarcasm is my favorite, and I love him.
Now he seems to be gone. Okay. Thank you for your public comment. Is there any other public comment online? You can raise your hand. That cut out quite a bit. Not quite sure if I could summarize what his comments were, unfortunately. But I appreciate the attempt nonetheless. If we have no other public comments here in person, we will close that and first come back to the applicant for any final follow-up you wanted to offer.
We just end with closing remarks. Since the 1970s, we were zoned a hotel. What we're asking is for a rezoning of what we're already operating as. There's no intensification in traffic. There's no difference in hours. This is not going to be impactful to the community here. I hear everyone's concerns on the road safety, and it's planned to be addressed in our annual maintenance plan. Regarding the matters of the further development of the road, that's a legal dispute that between two private parties that we're going through currently.
All right, thank you. And any final follow-up from staff?
Yes, thank you. I would just reiterate that the scope of both applications, the PUD and the conditional use, are very limited. This is a surgical change to address a long ongoing situation that is really not under the property owner's control. This represents like the most reasonable approach staff and the applicant could come to while bringing the property into compliance, securing a community benefit, which Me personally, staff, we find workforce units serve the community as a whole, even if they're accommodating the employees of this business. I think that really does have a ripple effect. It helps everyone. Lodging is an important use in our community. And, finally, it is already there. It's existing. So the scope is the scope. We know the impacts because they're there now. Anyway, thank you for considering this. I know it's kind of a tough one, so appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Kelly. Any final questions from commissioners?
Yeah, to the applicant, I thought what I heard was you were possibly willing to at least share the maintenance plan with the city. And I think, David, you had asked if that would be left up to the approval of the director. Is that a fair
Yes.
statement?
That's
Okay.
correct.
And is that still an accurate position? Not at this meeting, I understand. Okay, thank you.
Any other final questions?
Brian, can you advise what the applicant either nodded his head or what? We couldn't see it on TV.
We're collaborative by nature and working with the city. So yes, we would consider.
Thank you.
Any others? I'll close. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, something for the applicant. The 4 proposed workforce housing units, am I right to assume that these are existing hotel rooms that are going to be converted to long-term housing? So therefore, we wouldn't expect increased usage on that road because they're already existing rooms that would otherwise be occupied by a hotel patron?
We'd be developing 4 new units inside for this project.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Anybody else?
Yeah, a process question. Would,
Into the mic.
could we add a condition? Sorry, can we add a condition associated with at a minimum approving a maintenance plan for this road?
Mr. Box has already asked the applicant that, and he stated no previously.
No, here, he won't. I'm saying going back to the planning department and then talking about that condition.
I think I'd like to close the public comment portion and see if there's even enough effort to make that a worthwhile process question. Can we start there?
Okay.
Does that sound good? Any other questions to staff or the applicant? Then I will close that public portion and come to commissioners for discussion and motion. I'll kick that off by reiterating real quickly why I asked the question the way I did at the very beginning, which is that I think that staff is very correct in what the scope is that we're looking at tonight and what kicks into a condition of approval to rebuild a road, and that there are other processes already in the CDC, as Kelly answered my question earlier, that can talk about access and what are base level requirements just for any access easement or private road that is an access road. I wouldn't support trying to add an extra condition that they have to build a road based on either of these conditional use and PUDs tonight. That would be my starting point.
I had a different approach. When I look at the criteria of approval, if we have a development plan in front of us, access is one of the criteria of approval in approving a development plan. That is not one of the criteria of approval for approving a PUD.
I understand. And I think my driving point is one of health, safety, and welfare. I believe that's a dangerous road. I believe health and safety and welfare are endangered by that road. I think Walter is correct in his comment that this is an opportunity where we might improve that road to some degree.
Any additional discussion, or anybody want to make a motion?
Yeah, I would just add on, I agree with Lou and wasn't suggesting that the road be rebuilt, there are other issues that are overriding that right now, suggesting that what the applicant already said they were going to put together their maintenance plan as we make that part of the condition. Unfortunately, the applicant said they were not open to adding that as a condition. When I look at, and interested, Rich, in your comment is, I look at the items we were able to look at for the conditional use, and how do we balance the negative mitigates negative impacts. So if it stands as today, they're operating outside of code. What my understanding is they're looking to obtain this conditional use to fall into code with their hotel use. That is a change. I believe they need to mitigate the negative impact of the road, because as they officially move to a hotel capacity, there is more demand and there are more people moving to and from. Rich, when you think of the reasons for approval for our decision, how do you balance that? I'm curious what your thoughts are.
I heard what staff had to say, that I don't know that a hotel use has any more impact than the timeshare use.
Okay.
There's many times where both can be empty and have high use areas. It's also possible that we could see less use with a hotel. With the timeshare, there's people showing up in mud season and things like that may not show up for a hotel use during that, like this week. Whereas people that are stuck with a 2-week timeshare in April, they may be coming anyway. So I don't know that there's an expanded use or impact via traffic because of this change of use or this conditional use.
Thanks.
Any other discussion?
I mean, my point is, it's not, I understand your point about the expanded use. I don't think that's actually fully relevant.
Well,
I
except
think what's relevant is the fact that the existing use places people in danger. That's what I believe.
both fire and our and those people and engineering
Astounded by
say
that,
they
but
disagree
I don't
with
know
you.
what to say.
I know, and I hear what you're saying, but I have trouble saying that the experts that work for the city have less information than I do.
Any other discussion? Again, if you felt strongly about it, we could try a motion, and see how it goes on something like that. Or I think some have made clear anyway already, but any other discussion? We have 2 agenda items tonight, by the way, that we're going to make a motion on, even though our discussion has been regarding the overall. So we will start with a motion on the conditional use application first, when somebody does.
I think I see where Lou and David are coming from, just basically using this as an opportunity to force them to improve something that is clearly in disrepair. I also agree that it doesn't fit in the scope of what is actually being proposed. And I wonder if, and maybe we should have talked more about this before we close discussion, but I wonder if it's more of like a compliance issue. And I wish I knew whether this is something that the city can actually call compliance on. Is a private road required to stay usable in a way that it is a city compliance issue? Because then if that case were to be opened, then I would feel a lot more comfortable. But maybe, yeah, I think I missed my opportunity to ask that.
I did ask.
But did they offer a specific route for that to happen, or not?
Did not give us the CDC section, but she said that it exists.
That exists. Yeah, then I'm comfortable with that. I don't think it makes sense to add to the scope of what's being proposed.
Agreed.
Yeah.
For what it's worth.
Had to get there,
Yeah.
talking out
No,
loud.
that's great.
I'll make a motion if we're ready.
Not that you couldn't ask again, but because we already did, I can
Yeah, thanks.
speed line that for you.
Mhm.
We could if you were worried.
No.
Okay.
I move to approve PL 2025-0397, conditional use with the 1, 2, 3, 4 conditions of approval.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any other final discussion on it? Okay, then I will call for a vote. I just go one by one, starting on the side, and you can say yay or nay to your
Yay.
no.
Yay.
Aye.
Yay.
And
No.
David?
No.
That motion passes. What are we at? 4-2? And then do we want to make a motion on the PUD item?
I will say, just for future reference, that even because this is run as a hotel, I can't imagine that expanding the hotel use would really have been that much of an impact. Traffic
think
and
it's
things like that would be
increased.
looked at anyway, if it, if the numbers went beyond the capacity of the road or anything like that. But that's why I asked the question I did about the PUD. It's like, if it's going to be a hotel, let it be a hotel, and we wouldn't have had to have quite as much discussion. Maybe, well, it may not have been any different, but I thought it was unusual that we would create a special PUD and we didn't make it special enough for the use that they're proposing. But
Definitely.
anyway, I'm fully supportive, and if there's no more discussion, I'd be glad to make a motion.
While you're looking it up, I will add to your conversation. I think you asked a really great question to staff. I agree with their determination of conditional use. I do see that its size there in relationship to the residential use next to it, neighborhood next to it is probably the more proper way to say that, is arguably at its limit of what is impactful to surrounding property owners. And so being able to take a careful examination as to what any increase in that use looks like in the future, I think is smart for this property. So they swayed me really well in as much as I tried to reinterpret what they said.
I'll make a motion to approve PL 2025-0398, a planned unit development application.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I just want to say that I agree with Brian. I think I would have a lot more pause with this if there was a use by right getting applied, a use by right for hotel use getting applied to this without any additional look at what else goes in with a hotel use. So I appreciate the way that staff did it as well.
Do you want to make a
I'll second. Yeah.
Any other discussion? All right, I'll call for a vote.
Yay.
No.
Aye.
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 David?
No.
That also passes 4-2. Thank you so much for your time tonight. We'll jump into agenda item 3 now. As Commissioner Summers comes down, and do we have a recusal for?
I need to
agenda item
recuse
number?
myself. Yes, this is my company's proposal.
Great. So this is, for the record, PL 2025-0300. Eddie Line Townhomes. Give you a second to get set up, and then we'll look forward to an applicant presentation.
Yeah, just do like the normal Zoom share.
Yeah.
All right. Good to go?
Y'all ready?
All right. Sorry, I'm new to Google Docs. Making sure it's all right. All right, my name is Kevin Riegler. I think you guys probably know I'm not with Cruise Builders. So just to clarify, I was just asked by them as a fellow developer that understands projects like this, and certainly advocate of West Steamboat, creative land use, et cetera. But I have no financial interest or consultant agreement or anything. I'm just trying to be a good steward, I guess, of development. So just to clarify, and if you have any bad feelings towards me, please don't hold it against the project. So I'll do my best to represent the project. We have prepped. I think you guys are obviously aware of why she had to recuse herself. If there are any nuanced questions I may not be able to answer, but I will absolutely do my best. So the project is called Eddy Line. It is the kind of goofy corner lot, triangular lot over by Excel Gymnastics that I'm sure most of you guys are familiar with. Certainly a challenging lot that's part of a larger project and lot that encompasses legally the live-work units along the river and obviously the commercial building that has Excel and jiu-jitsu and all that. So it's a triangular shaped lot. The core trails you can see on the top here is to the northeast, the Yampa River, which is kind of off the screen, but it does front that on the bottom corner there. And then obviously the existing commercial buildings and residential uses on the other side. The project encompasses 4 total buildings, kind of 2 main sections, the trail side, which is obviously the 3 here fronting the core trail, and then the 1 building fronting the river itself. So total of 24 units. There are, you can see, which we'll get into a little bit later, down in this zone, there are plentiful parking for expansion, commercial adaptability down the road. So we'll always meet code so 22 total extra units. So the 3 trailside buildings, there's kind of 2 distinct designs between the 2. So these are the 3 buildings that I just referenced. The units are 680 to 780 square feet, not including the garages. So just to clarify that. Each unit has an oversized garage, 14-foot ground floor height. We'll get into some nuances here on that in a second. But obviously the idea is gear storage, commercial adaptability, Sprinter vans, river toys, all the things you would expect. So pretty smart steamboat design. And then obviously designed for the local workforce in mind. So at these square footages, obviously efficiency is key. The second bucket of buildings, which is just 6 units, which is over right along the river, they're all generally the same, 1,400 square foot total. There's an oversized 3-car garage, kind of a double depth situation, ceiling height, 60% of the garage, again, I'll show you in a diagram in a couple slides, that are 17 feet. And then there's a garage door that's actually on the river side, so you can kind of go in and out of the river with various toys, tubes, et cetera. All right, so 3 kind of buckets of staff level approvals or not. But the 2 variances, ground floor height and glazing, 2 code interpretations. I think those are the crux, it sounds like, of the likely conversation tonight. Access and primary entrance, and then building orientation placement, and then the 2 conditional use requests. So as you can see in blue, general staff support for the project. The code interpretations, obviously, sounds like there's some conversation around that. So variance number 1, pretty cut and dry. You can see in the diagram here, basically what's happening is in the 2nd floor of each unit, there's some usable space, bathrooms, office, et cetera, that's outlined in the red and these other areas. So you drive into your garage, and so effectively the entirety of the garage does not meet the 14-foot clear requirement. The average height is 14.9 throughout. So there's those kind of drop zones, which is pretty typical in these commercial style garages that encompass, really smart space planning for again, livability, et cetera. So, criteria for approval, is this better alternative than better or equal to the standard? We obviously believe it is, and I believe staff supports that as well. And so this could obviously be removed if there were ever a desire by the owner to expand the ceiling height throughout the entirety. So there is a adaptability. Why isn't, sorry. Glazing minimum, just, high level, across the whole project, it does adhere to the glazing percentages. There's 16 total facades throughout the entirety of all 4 buildings. There's just one that doesn't meet the request, and it's directly facing down here, as you can see, those existing live work units. So it's just in order to create some privacy between the two buildings. Again, I don't think there's any contention around that. Standard number 1. So access. So the standard itself is the prioritization of orientation of the primary pedestrian entries, public and private streets, pedestrian circulation, et cetera. There's no debate. So I'm removing on my screen, all I see is Zoom faces. That the core trail should be that priority. So I believe there's staff agreement on the core trail being the primary access point in this particular situation. So how the project is achieving that is, of course, deciding between the front and the back of the building, and you have the core trail on the front that we'll see in some renderings here in a second, that again, all the landscape design, fencing design, front door design, all that orientation is absolutely directly faced towards the core trail, which in our definition is the primary, should be the primary. Obviously, when you have a triangular lot unless you wanted to put the actual garage drive adjacent to the core trail in front of the building, that's the logical solution, at least in the project's opinion. Each unit has a fully transparent glass front door. We'll get into some design on the fence and landscaping, but ultimately that's the applicant's interpretation of primary. Evolving that again with some renderings, you'll see on the bottom left, I think a pretty good image. The core trail is is effectively that sidewalk looking area in the drawing. You'll see represented the setback line is here with the fence, trying to add some transparency on top of it. This landscaping zone is technically within the core trail easement. So the applicant's representing willingness and desire to landscape that area. Obviously, that'll be an irrevocable license type of setup, but it's certainly legally permissible within that easement area to, again, dress up the front areas going, presenting into that primary access point. Let's see here. And then on the right, you can see generally kind of rendering wise, this is the utilitarian access point that's in between each unit. The idea is obviously you can be able to walk, through your unit, access your garage points, your stair access, your front door and foyer. But again, all the energy design wise is presenting towards the core trail side. Standard number 2. So building placement orientation, pretty similar. You can see in the diagram up on the right, so the lot line is technically on the other side of the core trail with the easement related to the core trail. So then that redefines the buildable areas, and then the orientation of those primary buildings facing the core trail. The other option, as I alluded to in the last slide, would be to run your drive and parking access in between the core trail and the buildings, which again, in this situation would obviously be arguably pretty unsafe with the use of the core trail and ultimately, I don't think the best design, or the applicant doesn't think that. I happen to agree. So from a design standpoint, obviously I've stressed the orientation side, and then individual doors for each unit. It'll absolutely present from a design standpoint. Each unit will look different, add some design differentiation, et cetera, to help, position that, again, the primary access points in design. Conditional use. So as you can see on the diagram on the right, I don't think it's necessary to read every word here, but ultimately the workforce housing in the green areas are limited uses. So they're essentially by right with a few standards that have been met. The yellow areas technically are conditional because it's on the pedestrian active frontage. So, you know, in certain circumstances, there might be retail and those per the standards, but obviously in this situation, that wouldn't make sense. So technically speaking, those workforce units are conditional. As you can see, the applicant's intention here is to position the price points, as you can see by the design and the sheer size, positioned towards 120% of AMI. And as you guys are probably aware, the city just launched their pilot program for the down payment assistance, with these seem to be likely ripe targets for. So in any event, it creates flexibility by having the workforce housing approval on here. Condition number 2, I believe I mentioned in the first slide, but this whole larger triangular area is technically a singular lot. So the mix of uses are horizontal across the entire site, as far as achieving, you know, the standards within the zone. So obviously multifamily over here, ground floor commercial and residential here, and then 100% commercial over there. Again, I don't think any contention around that issue. Any negative impacts? Obviously, residential is inherently lower impact. There's been plenty of parking that's been provided, even in the conversion to commercial use and some of those units down the road. Provided safe fenced-in yards along that frontage, along the core trail. I think without, you know, I think the applicant's position is without the fences, you have kids and dogs and whatever running around with people riding bikes and the like on the core trail. It's a smart design decision. Complies with the CDC, so it depends upon your interpretation. But ultimately, I guess this is, per the report, the criteria that staff doesn't believe has been met. Kind of big picture, master plan related, old and new, but ultimately, there's the project is well positioned within both as far as supporting those goals. The new community canvas. So ultimately, getting into the key initiatives down on the left there, but promoting obviously compact growth and infill development. This is obviously an incredibly challenging site, triangular, you know, marrying up with the other components of the site. So certainly supporting growth in these kind of areas would be productive. Transit nodes, obviously, you know, West Steamboat in particular is becoming a very interesting walkable neighborhood with all kinds of access to obviously recreation, retail, et cetera. And then ultimately recognizing housing is essential here. So with this amount of housing impact on a creative project, should adhere to the master plan standards. So just high level summary of the 3 buckets. So 2 variances. So to refresh, the average garage plate height versus the standard being met across the entirety of the garage ceiling height. The 2 conditional uses. So we, you know, ideal opportunity to increase housing, period. And then on the standards themselves, general staff support with the exception of exactly how the 2 standards are met. Big picture, the applicant believes that the design absolutely adheres to the primary entrance and orientation standards.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Jeremy, do you have a staff report or presentation for us as well?
Yes, I do. So I won't try to, it's obviously a long staff report. I'll do my best to summarize here and cut to the chase on some points. Obviously, you know, I'll reiterate some of the things Kevin said briefly, though. We have 2 conditional uses that you're looking at today. One is for multiple family residential in the CS, and one is also should they want to use the workforce housing use type here. That's also a conditional use because, as mentioned by Kevin, they have residential and the pedestrian active building frontage. I'll talk about those just in a minute and how they relate to each other. The 2 variances that Kevin referenced that we generally support and I'll touch on are just the ground story height and the glazing. The key point of this discussion, though, and obviously where there's a disconnect between the applicants and ourselves and where it comes to you as a recommendation for denial today, will be with the building placement and orientation design standard, as well as the access design standard that we do not believe are being met. Not all, we believe as staff, not all metrics or not everything in the code has metrics, particularly our design standards. These are tough decisions. I will say at the beginning and I'll say at the end. I mean, ultimately, this will come up to the decision makers, in your case for recommendation for city council to make the final decision. When we look at what will end up happening then, though, as you see in the staff report, these two items that we're sort of highlighting and we'll emphasize here when we talk about the design standards, they will sort of waterfall into all of the other elements. If we can't meet the development plan criteria because you're not meeting the CDC, you're not going to be able, conditional uses that have higher standards, you know, and sort of ask you to do more and give greater consideration. It's not going to meet those standards. So while it looks like there's a lot of a lack of support from staff here, I do want to start out by saying generally we think this is a good project. Hopefully within that staff report you find the support for the project as a whole, but we could not reach agreement on these two particular design items. When we look at the development plan criteria, the first criteria is consistency with character in the neighborhood and being supportive of activities in the vicinity, which is obviously a piece of that is the core trail, one of our most significant pedestrian multimodal core trails through the community. We don't think it complements that activity. We would like to see it create the stronger connections, have more like a public street frontage to it. We looked at some of the renderings were created. Obviously, those are nice and help visualize it. We do need to look at the plans as well and what we're approving. I'll make comments that, you know, the landscaping isn't guaranteed. If that's something you like and that would help you support things, and that, you know, could be something that comes in as a condition of approval. If, you know, in the instance of the gravel paths that are proposed to the front doors, if you don't think that feels like a front door, there are things, and this is where it gets a little messy and a little gray for us, is that we can't create the assemblage of parts for the applicant. We're not going to come out and tell them what to do. Through several iterations, we're just sort of in an impasse. We believe, though, design standards 437C that says, and I'll quote it exactly because I think the words are relatively important and the purpose is important, though. It says development shall be placed to define the edges of and orient access to primary public, private streets, pedestrian circulation, and gathering. And then we also cite 437D that says buildings shall prioritize orientation. The written interpretation that I won't go into, obviously it's lengthy and hopefully you've gotten a chance to take a look at it. We have to extract the intent of that. We use several things. We use the standards, obviously. We use the guidelines as well to be instructional. There are purpose statements to each of those sections. In particular, you know, our building placement and orientation tells us that it's pedestrian friendly. It should, you know, use porches and stoops in typical residential entries, should create a sense of place around pedestrian circulation. So we're sort of leaning into that as to understand exactly what this place might feel like. And when we do a deep dive and dig into this, even with the applicant is proposing, as you could see, we have basically 6-foot privacy running perpendicular to the core trail. We have 6-foot fences running parallel to the core trail with transparency along the top 2 feet, but it still isn't indicative to us of that sort of front yard activated experience. Touching back then, as we do a couple more criteria in the development plan, we talk about adequate access. Of course, we don't feel like gravel paths are particularly indicative of our, you know, front door welcoming ground level experience and activation. And then broadly, obviously, it's not complying with the CDC if we don't think it meets these design standards. Once we get through the development plan criteria, then we get into conditional use. And we have two of them, but if I can bundle them together for you quickly, the conditional use for workforce units, basically we have a limited use permit option that says, you meet these criteria, we're going to give it a thumbs up and it's good to go. In this case, because they can't meet the pedestrian active frontage requirement, it says, well, now you have to be considered a conditional use, just like any other multiple family. So you're sort of considering the same scenario here, that they don't have to be so isolated in and of themselves, but you are approving two conditional uses. I would like to make the point, though, in this case, I think the applicant's position is that, you know, it's residential, it has less impacts. That's one of the big things we look at in conditional uses. But in staff's mind, you know, the impact isn't, if we had a simple hierarchy of impacts and we thought that residential was lesser than commercial, we would approve them by right. In this case, we believe in the CS zone district that we're aiming for a particular sort of experience in building typology. We think there's a lot of ground level activation. We think that the pedestrian experience is very important. So what we would get out of a commercial environment, if we had storefront glazing and we had patios and we had people milling about, when we substitute that for the conditional use of multiple family, there's concern that we sort of get a closed off, more walled off experience, particularly for our core trail users. Haven't had a lot of development on the core trail. This is a important one, maybe an important first one for what happens on the core trail. I'm not suggesting that it's held to a higher standard. I think I'm suggesting that it's held to the standard our CDC seems to imply by staff interpretation. If you should find that the applicant is in compliance of the two code standards, which anything is possible. Obviously, we're here to help and answer those questions. I wanted to point out, though, as well, to make sure, because I've tied them all together sort of in a thread, that conditional uses do sort of go above and beyond, and we want to check for their fit. So just because they meet our code standards, we do still want to make sure the impacts are appropriate to that type of development. So there is a scenario there as well that we think, and you'll find in the staff report, that they still don't meet the conditional use impact mitigation, because we don't feel like, even if, let's say, they put the front doors on there, or we believe they met those standards, we think they have greater impacts in the CS zone district because of the particular design that was proposed to us. Moving on from that, and that sort of bundles up what I would say is the crux of this issue, and perhaps the item of discussion tonight. We do have the major variances that Kevin referenced. Staff is in support of both of those. The first one being the minimum ground floor height of 14 feet. As you could see in the exhibit that was presented, the majority of those buildings do meet or exceed the ground floor height. We don't see a lot of split floor plates as is being proposed in this particular development, but we think it meets the intent of the standard, where reasonably somebody could have commercial uses on that ground floor through the majority of the portion. There's also a major variance request for glazing. The one instance that appears is on a shared wall to existing residential on site. We didn't find it had any impacts to the community writ large. There is glazing over there, but again, of no particular benefit, if anything, a otherwise negatively received environment for the owners of those two units. So we were supportive of both of those major variances. With that, staff, as you can see in the report, give a recommendation for denial. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jeremy. Questions from commissioners to staff or the applicant? I'll start with an easy one to get the ball rolling. The lot in question, at least as I was looking at the like floor area or lot coverage, seems to be independent of the, can I call it the Excel property, the existing property to the west?
It is a weird strange condo plat line, but it is being developed separately.
So it is one overall lot?
It is one overall lot in terms of lot coverage in FAR.
Okay. Any other questions?
I guess I'm not sure I heard the answer I wanted to hear from you, but the project lot coverage is being considered for the whole lot and not just this development, which is what I thought, where I thought you were going with it, Brian.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Apologize for confusion.
Oh, that's okay.
No, it's great.
I have one. When we were reviewing the KOA, staff supported putting a 6-foot fence along what eventually will be the core trail. But in this case, we're saying a 6-foot fence is inappropriate. Can you describe the difference in that?
Sure. I unfortunately was not privy to that project, and I will welcome any input Rebecca has, but my understanding would be more with the nature of the use on that space. I'm not sure that the 6-foot fence is particularly, it's each application viewed in isolation, that a 6-foot fence is particularly desirable anywhere along the core trail, but of course those aren't use. That is a KOA, that's a temporary trailers, or I think it's an RV slots that go up there against the road versus houses that we get to design that have front porches and orientation. So there's an ability to have, I think, privacy to some level for the owners of these potential townhomes with orientation to the core trail. Otherwise, I could understand where the 6-foot fence may be in a temporary environment more desirable.
I'll also just add that in this circumstance, we're applying the multiple family residential design standards, and those standards, there are not similar standards for the campground use.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? So we talk a lot about the core trail, both staff and applicant so far tonight have. The two buildings that don't have any adjacency to the core trail, especially the one that's the same kind of building type that's kind of to the southwest or across the drive aisle, seems to have the same kind of fenced off area towards what will be the rear because it's not on the drive aisle. How does staff interpret that same access requirement when that isn't even, like there's no access to that door then of course, so the only actual door is through the 4-foot or less corridor? Does that one meet standards? And that one and the other one, that's the other building type?
Sure. Yeah, because we don't have, I mean, as you know, our community development code is particularly concerned about what our community looks like and what is the outward facing piece of it. We have often very obvious lack of concern for sort of internalized, in this case, that the matching building type to sort of the southwest is simply internal to this entire site. Now, if it were, that's why we consider the whole triangle that we were talking about as a site. If it were divided up other ways and it was facing a public circulation area or there were a public street through there, we would consider it differently. But the idea is the public portion of this is the core trail and the perimeter street. And so similarly along the river, it's not maybe best case scenario that, yeah, we love people to have front doors, but if it's not public facing, the city is less concerned about how that unit appears and functions.
Thank you. Other questions?
Mine's similar. The the code requires the orientation towards a public or private street, and Bridge Lane is the private street along this property. Is that correct?
I don't know if it's designated as a private street. I believe it's just a parking lot that it may have been established with that as an address for addressing purposes.
So
We could confirm, and I don't even know if Emmerich knows off the cuff. That's not why I had him here tonight, but that's
so is
because people do establish like streets in circulation within private developments that I don't think we consider public streets. If they don't have the idea of a street having sidewalks and curbs, we don't park off of them. So Bridge Lane is effectively a access through a parking lot, even though it has a street in the name. I'm not sure that that's.
So I forget, there's a distance limits where it has to become a street since it's off of Shield Drive.
Yeah.
And I guess it just doesn't meet, I guess the question would be, what is the distance of a driveway before the driveway has to become a private drive or a public street?
That's not something I know. Maybe Emmerich does. He can stand up and answer for you.
Emmerich Soltis, Community Development Engineer. So I think the answer to that question is 150 feet, which I believe is the maximum length of access easement that is allowable before I believe it requires a public or private street.
Great.
And this doesn't exceed that, I assume.
No, I would think it does. If I'm being quite frank, I don't think we viewed it that way given the actual configuration of it. So there's probably a technical aspect and or technical interpretation and a, functional in practice interpretation. We'll admit then if you want to suggest that, maybe staff did not get it right, but the functionality of Bridge Lane does not appear to function like a street that we would otherwise need to front and provide front door access to.
I don't know how to make a question out of it because my concern was like what orientation is building 2 supposed to have? To Eddie Line's parking lot or to Bridge Lane?
And I think staff would say it doesn't matter, as in many of our sort of like multi-building, multi-family residential construction projects, they can be askew in many ways.
But that building number 2, which is the one furthest I guess it's to the west, does have to have some orientation to a front?
Not by staff's interpretation of the CDC. You can have a building without a front as long as it's not fronting. If you have supported the sort of peripheral of your site where we otherwise think is frontage and access to pedestrian circulation, gathering, streets and public right of way, what you do to internal to your site is at the discretion of the development.
Okay, thank you.
I got a quick one I suspect I know the answer to, but I just wanted clarification. Looking at the parking requirement, but being in the CS zone district, I was like, wait, is it the min, the max? But it's not because it's residential use,
correct?
Okay, thank you.
For anyone that wasn't following, in CS, the minimum is the maximum, but except for residential uses, we do have minimums that you have to meet. So they meet them and exceed them in this case.
And I assume I shouldn't assume, I should ask and make sure, but the existing, we're going to call Bridge Lane, there's like 5 spaces that get lost for the new access connection and 3 get provided on the north. And I was like, well, that's not a net zero, but the fact that this new use is providing way more than the existing, it actually is making up that amount. Is that how that works?
So it gets a bit confusing in the calculations. They are based on a previously approved development plan that was adding spaces to be in compliance. If you guys remember a lot of the Bridge Lane discussions, they were also required to add landscaping in particular places that is yet to be added. This development plan will sort of overwrite the locations of that landscape, those interior forms. We have some planting islands, and move some of those. So what exists there in terms of gravel, paved or unpaved, and what that's been accounted for, it should remain on that lot. There may have been, I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, Brian, in terms of 5 going down to 3, but the calculation should keep the same number of spaces on the property to the west, and then all the spaces will be self-contained as advertised in this development. They shouldn't be spilling over. We'd have to maybe analyze those plans. I analyze them, but to get to your particular question, I'm not sure exactly where that stems from.
And I might be wrong, and I don't want to get hung up on it, but the drive connection that has these landscape islands on either side as we're connecting into this new development,
yeah,
looked wider to me than the 3 units that are being proposed on the north side. So I tried to go back to the existing conditions page and count and see if I was losing my mind or not, quite honestly. Like, let's just blame me for why I'm asking the question. But it looked like it was not a net zero on that. And I thought that there was a solution elsewhere.
No, I see what you're saying. It's because the existing condition is not reflective of the previous proposed development plan, which had, like, let's say 3 or 4 off the top of my head landscape islands. So it does look like the flanking entry islands are larger in occupying space, but those were already accounted for in the previous development plan parking space loss. So there we may, from existing condition to this proposed development plan, there may be a loss of spaces. That is possible, but it was accounted for in the previous plan.
That makes sense. Thank you. I think I probably know everything I need to satisfy, but if you think I'm missing something, I don't want to not let you answer, but I don't think I need it.
Want to do a good job here. We are net zero on parking, removing 3, adding 3. Just to make sure that's clarified. And also to proactively throw into the commission's court, no doubt there seems to be potentially a necessary kind of collaborative effort with staff on the landscape, fence, et cetera, design along the core trail. So as a condition of approval with kind of cost effectiveness in mind, given these are intended to be local, full-time resident type of housing, but the applicant's willing to have that be a condition of approval. Just to put that out there for your deliberation.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? Yeah.
I have a question for staff. What STR zone is this in?
This is in the red zone.
Thanks.
Other questions?
I think for staff, when we changed the PUD from PUD to CS zoning, that no longer required commercial on the ground floor, or we made it a conditional, it's a conditional use now, right? Or residential on the ground floor is a conditional use. And we approved, and with that change, did we approve all residential uses in the existing buildings when we changed that zoning?
Yes, through that process, the Bridge Lane units that were out of compliance all came into compliance, and there are some that remain there along the river. There are some that left ground floor commercial, a very limited number. I think it was, 3, 4 at most. Everyone else, I think, has gone to 2 units, or now the ground floor maybe became a garage, whatever. All that, obviously, it was a very heavy proposal. Each unit was considered, but yeah, so that is majority residential over there.
I was just wondering if we had any idea what then the existing commercial uses are, since the applicant does try to designate the existing commercial as enough to satisfy the mixed use philosophy.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, in staff's assessment, the building there that fronts Shield Drive is entirely commercial and remains as such. Again, the limited number there in the previously considered Bridge Lane units. I don't know that it's an exact number, but we do understand the priority of commercial uses to the major rights of way. Obviously, you could see a world where along the core trail, there is a bit of commercial, and that would be great, but staff doesn't necessarily script what development happens. We review it and see if we think it's supportable and beneficial to our community. And in this case, we thought it was a positive development along the core trail.
I also just want to clarify, in the CS zone district, any multiple family residential is a conditional use, not just on the ground floor.
Thank you.
Any other questions? David, I haven't come to you online for a while. Do you have questions?
Yeah, just wanted to, thank you, Brian. Just wanted to clarify with the applicant, when you came up a moment ago, you said you would be okay with a condition related to the fencing and the landscaping along the core trail. What would that look like in your opinion?
I think in general, the mindset from a design standpoint is they are full-time resident housing designs. So a secure fenced-in area should absolutely be a given. We, appreciate, or the applicant appreciates that, there's a balance of transparency and design and security and all that would go alongside. And then in particular, undoubtedly that area would look a lot better with, what I'll call dressed up landscaping within that public easement area. And it's very common, I know from our projects anyway, to plant landscaping within that easement area. And the city has mechanisms with irrevocable licenses, et cetera, for obvious reasons. So I think that some of those aspects kind of legally were not allowed to be part of the original design and application is my understanding. But I think are absolutely, guaranteeable, if you will, if they're a condition of permits and the like, if you have that. So to me, it would be a collaborative, I don't want to speak for the applicant directly for obvious reasons, but a collaborative effort on kind of defining what's appropriate. Because I think there's alignment on it wanting to feel special, nice, extra mile. So
Thank you.
David, any other questions while you have the online floor?
No, thank you. And this is odd doing it this way. So thanks for being flexible with me.
No problem. Any other questions in person here? Take a moment to go to public comment then. Is there any public comment for this agenda item? Great. While you're coming down, just a friendly reminder, we ask you to give us your name, address, and try and keep your comments at 3 minutes.
Christina Freeman, 500 Orehouse Plaza, Steamboat Springs. Thank you for taking the time to review this project and for your service to the community. I want to make one quick point that came to mind when I read the reasoning behind the recommendation for denial on this project. Based on zoning, what would likely breeze through the approval process, likely without question, would be something like what was originally proposed for this parcel. And that would be a mirror image of that commercial that exists on the other side. So picture for a moment that Excel Gymnastics, the dance studio, along with the other retail entities, are what was going to be going in on this parcel. Sure, there'd be a certain amount of required glazing for that commercial, but the core trail side would likely be a very tall wall with minimal windows. And because it's required maybe 1 or 2 primary entrances, depending on how many commercial units were proposed. Personally, I don't believe for a second that any business would actually relish or utilize the core trail as their primary entrance. Requiring patrons to park on one side of the building and then navigate around and down the core trail to the other side of the building to get into the building, that doesn't seem realistic. At best, it would feel like a side entrance to a presumably 40-foot or more tall metal building that would likely be built to the furthest possible inch of that building envelope. Not to mention the parking fiasco that could be further exacerbated in that location. In contrast, what you have in front of you with the Eddy Line project is a set of beautiful, affordable price townhomes that, yes, require a conditional use approval. As far as the core trail activation and beauty, rather than a 40-foot tall commercial metal building, I would far prefer walking down the core trail and walking by a partial privacy fenced area where kids are playing out in their yard, or biking down the core trail to my friend's house and rolling in their front gate with my bike. That all feels like Steamboat to me. I don't quite understand what the hang up is on this. I think what you've got in front of you is much improved compared to what you could see as a proposal. And beyond that, it does provide the housing that's so desperately needed. This project isn't a compromise. I think it's an upgrade over what zoning already allows. And it delivers exactly the kind of community-focused outcome that we should be saying yes to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Walter McGill, 4 Point Surveying Engineering, 1769 Brome Drive. We're also the civil engineer on the project. Cameron Bretton's out of town tonight. Just a few things I want to point out. I might join Kevin for a closing statement, but making sure you understood the 6-foot fence idea, that the fence is really 4 foot as proposed, and what was shown in some of the architectural plans, it was shown as a 4-foot fence with 2 feet above there. I think Christina makes a good point that these aren't solid privacy fences, but they're kind of ownership and small yard fences. When staff wants these buildings to face the Yampa Core Trail, and it's not enough, I can't think of another project that kind of, you have a front door right there, you have an interpretation that you can come home and go in and out that way. So I can't think of a better way that these buildings could be framed that are on the Core Trail to show the Core Trail as their front door. I think looking from US 40, when I saw that vision of the architecture, it looks like it's from the front door. So I don't think there's any code that disallows this 6-foot fencing in this location either. And it reminds me of also of kind of a River Place and some of the Core Trail at that end of town, on the south end of town. There's a lot in here that you don't see in a lot of our planning commission packets and things like that, because we're talking about this code implies the code we're interpreting and we believe, and so it's not real hard and fast tonight. So I think you have to look at that, and that's how it was written in the staff packet as well, that there will be a level of subjectivity. So look at that from both sides as you do as all your hearings, but I think that's important here, that the 6-foot fence is 4-foot fence, it has wires. If you didn't want that, the applicant is willing to look at a different fence format. That could be an open fence the whole way, but they would like it to be secured. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, is there any online? You can raise your hand. Okay. I suspected as much, so I know as part of the design team, Walter, I'd probably say that wasn't public comment that you just gave us, but rather applicant information, but that's okay. We're not going to put too many labels on things. So thank you for the applicant information anyway. We'll officially close public comment. Is there any other final follow-up the applicant would like to give us? Okay. And anything from staff?
Just to respond once directly to some public comment, I do take a little bit of, or I want to respond to the fact that if we build a commercial building there, the commissioner should know that we do have design standards in the CS zone district as well. They regulate building articulation and form and roof pitch and volumes and access and glazing and frontage. So, and colors and materiality. So the fact that I think to envision that we would end up with a tall metal sided tilt up steel structure is maybe a bit inaccurate. So I would hate for that to be lingering in your head that we'd have another Excel gymnastics. Again, broadly, staff do support the project, but do find it troublesome that we couldn't have a better frontage on our core trail. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And any final questions? Okay, then I'll close our public portion, come to commissioners for discussion and a motion.
I'm torn on this project. It provides affordable housing, attainable housing, whatever you want to call it, for our workforce. the activation on the core trail is, I don't know, weird to me. It's kind of like having a sidewalk, only it's not really. I don't find fault with the staff's recommendation, but I wish we could find a way that we could approve this.
I think you touch on something really important that I've been struggling with as well, which is you're talking about staff's interpretation, or don't let me put the wrong words in your mouth, but as we're looking at what ought to be the guidelines in your opinion or my opinion or anybody's versus what do the access standards for multifamily require, it's almost like it's not, I'm going to take us down the wrong road if I say that, but I was going to liken it to an appeal process where you're trying to determine who followed the code properly. It's more black and white that way, but it's almost similar here is what is the design guideline and has it been followed properly, or has staff interpreted it more correctly that it hasn't been, right? I feel like that's more than what I want our design guidelines to be, or what I want this part of town to be, or any kind of personal feelings. Has this been interpreted properly? I think is a big component of it, and that's causing anxiety, but also I think maybe clarity at the same time.
I understand. I actually, I agree.
I think something kind of important to consider also that staff nor the applicant brought up is what's happening on the other side of the core trail from this development. And it's not residential. It's kind of commercial. It's mostly industrial in nature. You know, there's a lot of Connex boxes and junk and piles of stuff. And, you know, that's not really what a residential frontage should look like.
I think you bring up oh yeah. But to be fair, right? Because I want to go down your train of thought, right? So just arguing for the sake of discussion is that this was an industrial property. Yes, it's been changed to CS, but so is the stuff across the street. So whether or not the times have caught up to the future use that maybe is being envisioned, right? But ultimately, this property wasn't envisioned to have residential, period, much less as townhomes fronting other industrial zones. So it's kind of, it's riding a fine line of like making sure that this is the right use for the right space kind of a thing, as it is still. We're in CS zone land. We're not in multifamily zone land. I would feel wildly different if we were on the core trail in multifamily zone land.
I mean, I think that really nails home the point I'm trying to make. This is commercial services, and the proposed development doesn't have a hint of commercial usage to it. It's multifamily residential, which Lou pointed out. I'm a big fan of attainable housing as well.
Oh, yeah.
But I really don't know if this is the spot for it.
Maybe it's in this spot because it can be attainable there. No.
And maybe it's not that bad. I mean, it's hard, you know, the difficulty of not being able to question design intent by the designer tonight, and we should take that with a grain of salt. But what leap would it take in order to meet staff's interpretation of access and connectivity to the core trail with what product or design they currently have? Is it starting from square one, or is it simple as the privacy expectation for these homes that are not in multifamily zone land is the thing that takes the hit for being in this part of town? You know, what does it really take to get to this standard being met? I have hope that it's not that tall of an order in order to come into compliance with what they're trying to propose right now. Maybe it's an optimistic hope. I'm sorry, but that's
fair. That's fair.
no. That was it. That was the end of it. But
We heard a bunch of talk about attainability, and I'm fearful of it using that for any kind of criteria. Well, even though it's being marketed to first generation buyers and things like that, without any kind of deed restriction, only the first buyer is, even if it were to sell at the price point that's been advertised, only that first buyer is going to get that benefit. Everyone else is going to be making a profit when it turns. And so they could have easily followed up with their quoted intention of making it a workforce unit. There's no income restrictions on workforce units. They just have to be people that work here or had retired here, blah, blah, blah. Lots of ways to make sure that those stayed in residential or local citizens' hands. And none of that's there. So I want to make sure any of that idea is discounted. I mean, we can have $1 million, 1,000 square foot homes. So whatever their intent is, that's not part of the application.
No, I understand.
I'm saying that to everyone, not just you.
Oh,
All
and
of us. We heard that and we saw it all the time.
in the presentation by the applicant, I thought what was mentioned was the city's new down payment program. And what that requires is that it becomes a deed restricted home. Now, that's not part of the application, I understand. Yeah,
Who's
but
going to request that? So
it's,
and workforce union wouldn't preclude them from using down payment assistance, I don't think.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
And the other one is with staff's big problem about a primary entrance and the presentation to the public. I mean, if there was some I think the court trail may not have been the best choice for a primary entrance. If they had made the courtyard something more of a livable, workable, walkable space instead of just a parking lot, I might have considered that, and they could turn their back on the court trail, but they didn't. The parking lot side is just parking lot, garages. There's no enticement. There's no interaction going on in that side. So in my mind, staff is right that the court trail has been made the primary entrance, and I don't think that they're addressing it as a primary facade. And that's my big hang up. And it's not a hang up because that's staff's position. And I tend to agree and I agree with all the other comments. Otherwise, I like the project. I like the idea. Of course, we need housing. We do need some commercial, and whether it would have worked perfectly in this location or not, that's not for us to decide. It's for us to decide whether this application meets it. And I guess I'm probably going to say no based on supporting staff's articulation analysis.
I think that's great. I just reiterate my point that it builds on everything you were saying, but with the optimistic hope that the no to this specific one might hopefully not require that much change in order to meet that one small hangup. Because like you said, and I just hadn't had the opportunity to add to your point, is that all the other components of it, of this proposal are great other than that. So if they could make that leap, I think it would get to the end of a successful proposal that could have a recommendation, just not as is.
I agree.
David, do you want to add in real quick while we take a breath here?
Sure. I appreciate the comments. I actually feel the entrances complement the connectivity with the trail, and the building and the placement and orientation. I don't necessarily, I appreciate staff's position and taking a position but also mentioning in the comments that this is subjective. And I think, Mr. Chair, you talked to that somewhat as well. I guess I am hearing other commissioners state they may not be in support of this. Is there any specific direction? If that's your position, any specific question is any specific direction to give the applicant that they could go back and work on?
I'll jump in and say that as an architect, I have no problem getting opinionated about architectural design, but I will definitely not get opinion about architectural design because as I think, Jeremy was saying earlier is I don't think that it's for us to say, you will do exactly this, and then that has automatically met all of staff's other
Of course.
changes and any other unforeseen things, and now all of a sudden it's okay. I'm not sure that that's where we should be.
And I agree. I'm not asking that. I don't think we designed from the dais. That's not why we were appointed to these roles. Number one, but is there a specific category to concentrate on to bring back what they think would then meet the requirements of our code?
I will say that what I wrote down was very specific wording from the guideline or standard that is in question.
Yeah.
Talks about the purpose of the entry is to enhance activity and vitality as well as facilitate wayfinding.
Yep.
I would say that that's what I think is missing. For my own.
Sure. I appreciate that. And I think there is subjective to what those words mean, but thanks for that.
For me personally, we talked a lot about fences, mostly the ones against the core trail. I don't think I really have a problem with those fences. They're see-through, and think about riding down the core trail. Every time you come in contact with residential, there's fences, whether it's the trailer park or all along Emerald Park, there's privacy fences. Now, those are the back doors of those places. And, you know, a nice yard, like our public commenter said, with a fence that's somewhat transparent. That seems okay to me. I am a little more hung up on the fences on the back of building 2 that are very oddly shaped, and it appears that they run all the way down to building 4 and sort of subdivide this residential piece out of the overall mixed-use community here. I feel like that fence is more problematic for me than the fences against the core trail.
Yeah, I actually agree with the 4-foot/6-foot fence. It's actually pretty aesthetically okay.
Yeah, I think especially along the core trail.
Yes.
You know, that seems like it would be nice architecturally to look at. But the ones in the back seem, you know, disjointed and just kind of going all over the place, and with a distinct intent to separate this from the rest of the community that they're a mixed-use part of.
Okay, any other discussion or anybody want to make a motion?
This would be a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Well, whatever motion you want to make, but staff is recommending the planning commission recommend denial. Lots of recommend there. And this is a recommendation to council, so.
Okay. Motion to approve staff recommendation for denial of PL 2025-0300.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Question, is there a point that we would send this back to the applicant and table this with some distinct items to come back with, rather than having them start all over?
Recommendation going to council, they have time to do that. They can jump up and down right now if they would rather us table it, but I can't imagine that's what they want.
Okay.
Can I add a comment to that? I think though, one thing, I mean, I'm not advocating one way or the other, I'm just saying it. There's also an opportunity for planning commission to want to see any potential revisions. So certainly it can go either way.
More of a table with a specific, come back with something in 4 weeks, 2 weeks, some date certain kind of idea that we've done in the past. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not, again, not advocating, I'm just, to Commissioner Levy's comment that they can just go forward to council, they certainly can do that. However, if planning commission wants to be able to, like if the applicant would be inclined to make revisions and you want to wait, like have an opportunity to review those and provide a recommendation on those. Otherwise, anything that happens between now and council, you know, your discussion and your recommendation doesn't help inform what council would then see. Does that make sense?
Mhm. I am hung up on, do the two gentlemen I'm staring at, do the two applicants, quote unquote, here, are you able to speak to that? Or is that something that can't really be answered properly by the applicant?
Please come.
Right, right. Yeah, sorry, got to get you on the record, but can the applicant, as the applicant already?
I believe, let me make sure I understand the options. There's the table with feedback, which I know we've been involved in that before, where you come back in a month or whatever it is, you provide specific feedback to try to solve with staff, resubmit, new hearing, but there's no actual vote.
Correct.
Right, there's no planning commission vote tonight.
Well, it would be a motion to table, correct?
There's no
Motion to table.
There's no recommendation to
Right.
council tonight, is what I think you mean.
Or you can deny, or I'm just
Recommend denial.
recommend denial with feedback.
Recommend denial, the feedback would be in the meeting minutes that council would be reading.
I think the key message that I understand is there's, and I'm not trying to, I've not been involved, I'm just the messenger, a lack of specific feedback, collaboration, whatever the word is, on what would get staff over the hump from a design standpoint to be able to achieve it. So I don't think there's a fear of going to council without planning commission support. But obviously the goal would be if we're walking away tonight without approval, that there's clarity on why, so that there can be confidence going into not confidence, an effort, a significant effort going into the council to revise the plan so that council's voting on the revised plan. I think it's probably a timeline question. So I think just the general feedback, again, my understanding is stress, not being involved at all, please don't kick my shins, is just generally like a significant amount of feedback of why, because I think there's general support of housing. I think the workforce housing aspects are solvable. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but I can as a citizen. So it sounds like it's this orientation access thing of getting that design to a place where it's meeting what you read off, the vitality, et cetera. Like, what does that mean? Because I think we can all agree those are subjective, that's subjective language. That's not a technical engineering language. To clarify, engineering required the fences, by the way, throughout the application process. So that was an engineering requirement. Not that design, but fences in general. So just to make sure that's.
So Brian, how
That's what I was told.
deal with that?
I don't mean to jump in and speak, but that's not accurate. Fences were not required by engineering or planning.
Yeah, I think we'd have to have more.
I don't mean to throw you under the bus.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's.
I don't, yeah, I would, if we want clarity on that, I think we have to understand the context of that statement a little bit more.
I think a big picture, it sounds like there's not an interest to table.
Okay.
But hopefully if there's a denial, there can be meeting minutes, it sounds like is the right mechanism to provide more commission level feedback and then ultimately dovetailing into staff collaboration. So going into council, because there's obviously going to need to be revisions going into this council vote. If this is heading in the
Well,
direction that.
not necessarily, and actually maybe not at all. I mean, honestly, because the application seen tonight is the one that goes with a recommendation. So changes to that, I would think, don't come with a recommendation because they're not passed through planning commission.
Are you allowed to make changes in the package that goes to council with the denied planning commission application?
Yeah, so let me speak to that a little bit. I don't think we can like prevent you from going to council with a proposal to try to address what maybe you've heard at planning
Yes.
commission. We certainly, like when it happens, it's not rare that happens for a number of reasons. We typically, as staff, try to do our best to get it in advance enough so that we can take a look at it and provide council with staff's feedback. However, I will just say that as staff, we can't guarantee how council will receive that. So minor changes are not necessarily that difficult to take to council. If council feels like they're significant and they look at the minutes and they say, we don't have a planning commission, just like, we don't know how recently they have relied heavily on planning commission's comments and feedback and recommendations. So I just don't want to set like an expectation. I can't really guarantee how council would receive changes that were different from planning commission. Again, either way though, you wouldn't be required, there wouldn't be required to have changes made before council with a recommendation for denial. But I think as the applicant, you could try to address those comments. It just, depending on what they are, it might be difficult.
Understood.
Kind of like,
Yeah,
to know where
I
the
think,
communication
to
would be.
reiterate, I think I think we're all reading the room. If we would very much welcome as detailed as possible meeting minutes on commission's opinions on how to achieve the standard. It sounds like there's potentially a desire to make modifications. The question is whether they're, significant enough. But nonetheless, I think the game plan would be to go to council with the adjustments. And, obviously working with staff in the interim, whether you're officially allowed to bless them or not. But hopefully we can go into that council meeting with more staff thumbs up, whether it's official or not.
Yeah, I mean, if we have enough time to review it and if it changes our recommendation, we will communicate all of that with council. We would also make it clear to council that those were changes made after planning commission's recommendation. And I would just say like sort of from a timeline perspective, because I recognize that that's probably the most, one of the most critical decision points for the applicant. Worst case would be council would remand it back to planning commission. I only say that because that just happened on Tuesday night, but that was a different scenario. It wasn't because of changes, but it's just, it's a council option. So I just want to make sure that that's
Sure.
there.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know you're interpreting and
I think I got it right.
so thank you for that. Now you officially have your answer to that. We don't want to look for a table. So we've made a motion and a second. Is there any other final discussion on that?
I'll go, since the applicant did ask for maybe more clarification of what our concerns are. For me, it certainly is the fence along the court trail and maybe even the glazing along that. If I were to take that fence completely away, I see a door and one little window facing the court trail. I understand privacy. We all have front doors and front windows facing streets. I don't know that the court trail is really any different than a busy street. So because we may not all be on the same page as to what changes would be acceptable. But that's the big one for me. I'm not sure about the building number 2 fence. I hadn't thought about that one too much. But so those were the 2 things for me, because a translucent fence is not a transparent fence. Just because you can see light coming through it, it's still a visual blocking of what's going on there. Except, you can see motion. So that would be my concern, and that would be it. But to staff's point, there needs to be a presence to the court trail.
Presence that suggests access, right? This is an access standard. Just adding any clarity I can.
Yeah, but I think the comments I heard there was also a concern about security.
You all do, though.
Understand. We're in discussion.
I want to maybe just repeat some of the things I heard earlier that stuck out to me is I think when staff was speaking, I heard the word impasse. And so it seems like a lot of things we're talking about, staff and the applicant has probably gone around in circles on several times and just couldn't get there. And along with the applicant wanting specifics, staff being reluctant to provide any specifics. Some things that I heard from staff and read in their report was wanting stoops, access, like we talked about. Also, they're seemingly not being a big fan of the gravel paths off the core trail and not feeling very inviting. So those are some of the specifics that I heard from staff in the report.
Yeah, terrific. Any other discussion? All right, then I will call for a vote. The vote is again on agreeing with staff's recommendation to recommend denial of this application.
Denial.
Aye.
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 No,
David?
no.
Great. That recommendation passes 5-1. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate you presenting, and best of luck at council. Yeah. Yeah. Being 7:15, we'll take a quick break. You guys want 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
That's okay.
5 minutes? Keep it moving. Come back to some landscape standards. All right. We'll be back on in 5 minutes.
It wasn't.
Very short presentation.
All right, great. So jumping into agenda item number 4, this is PL 2025-0313 Landscape Code Amendment. Bob, do you have a presentation for us?
I do. Thank you very much. Just give me one more second here. Okay. My name is Bob Keenan. I'm the Development Review Manager for the City of Steamboat Springs Planning Department. And I'm excited to be here tonight in front of you all. It's been a long time in the making, but we're here to present the updated landscape code. I do want to mention that there's a number of items that has come in as rainbow, a few public comment letters, as well as the presentation you're about to see. So I'm just gonna get started on the presentation, but as I noted, I'm excited to present this both professionally and because it's, I think, an important thing and very timely for our community to be working on updated landscape code standards that deal with primarily water conservation and wildfire resiliency. So, I also want to mention too that Julie Baxter, Water Resource Manager, she's been a big part of this project, and she's gonna jump in on a few of the slides here as well. So, all right, so it's the city's embarked on a multi-year effort to amend our landscape code. It's important to note that this applicability to the landscape code remains the same with the new updates. It's commercial and multifamily development that it applies to. The purpose is to create clear, practical standards that support our community's goals as identified in numerous adopted plans. And I'll touch on here in a few minutes. And also the draft was developed with assistance from local technical experts, partners, regional partners, and consultants. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. As I noted, emphasis has been given to wildfire resiliency, water conservation, and ease of use. We're proposing with the ordinance that goes to council that an effective date of July 1st, 2026. That'll give us some time to do a little bit more outreach and get our website and documents up and running to support this. Also, we want to do a little bit of training for staff. All right, so goals of the code update, as I mentioned, just want to make sure it's updated. The previous version was sometimes cumbersome and difficult to use, so we wanted to try to make some improvements there. Wanted to strengthen community resiliency, as I mentioned, through water conservation and wildfire protection. Also, as part of this effort is to provide a regionally appropriate recommended plant list. In the current CDC, in the appendix, there's a plant list, and that was created, I would venture to say, probably close to 20 years ago. So staff has created a new plant list that's in the packet, and that's going to be a staff maintained plant list That way we can continue to update and amend it without need for an ordinance each time. We can talk a little bit more about that later. And also really important with this, and which has been a little tricky and has added some additional time as we were creating these standards. The state was adopting new regulations as we were creating standards. So we were like having to pivot a little bit and get these incorporated. So the first one there, 23166, was resulted in the 2025 Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, which was adopted by City Council March 17th, 2026. We've got the next two are the turf bills that was required by the state pretty recently. No. So those have been incorporated into this landscape code. As I noted, this effort is supported by a number of planning efforts for our community and goals for our community, which are contained in the Climate Action, Water Conservation Plan, Wildfire Protection Plan, hazard mitigation, and the most recently adopted Community Canvas or the Steamboat Springs Community Plan. I mentioned technical support, so we formed a stakeholder group, which is kind of like also like a technical kind of stakeholder group, which included the Colorado State Forest Service, Routt County Extension, Mount Warner Water District, the Routt County Wildfire Mitigation Council, Western Resiliency Center, which was formerly known as Valley Sustainability Council. Thank you, and then City of Steamboat Springs Utility Engineering and Water Resource Divisions. Code Studio was the zoning code consulting team assisting on this. We've also had technical input from NWCCOG, and then also Headwaters Economics and CPOB was the team that helped us with some technical aspects. And then Norris Design, this is something that we added on later. We contracted with this landscape architecture consulting firm to help us kind of test the landscape code, which was money well spent. That also slowed us down a little bit, but I think it was worthwhile. What they did is they ran through, they mocked up a couple of sites in town with the new standards and saw how they applied, and we made some adjustments to our draft. Like we had a draft code that we gave them, and then they did a markup. So that was pretty cool. Liked how that worked out. And I'll speak to some of the changes they recommended later on. All right, this is where I'm going to hand it over to Julie. She's going to talk a little bit about water conservation as our water resources manager.
Hi, Julie Baxter, Water Resources Manager. I just want to take a few minutes to kind of talk about how important these proposed updates to the standards are in the context of our overall water conservation goals and our water conservation program. That's part of my role to lead the city's water conservation activities for our water utility, including the implementation of our water conservation plan. And we have a city water conservation team. And we're in the process of building a more formal water conservation program in partnership with Mount Warner Water. So water conservation, our responsibilities are shared across departments, mainly Public Works, Parks and Recreation, and the Planning Department. And so the Planning Department, is at that nexus where water conservation meets land use planning and our development code. And I always like the opportunity to talk about and remind people why the city cares so much about water conservation. We are a drinking water provider. So that's a critical lifeline utility. It's one of the most important services the city provides the community. And water conservation improves the reliability of our water supplies in the face of different types of disasters and emergencies and uncertain future conditions. So It gives us more flexibility and resiliency when there is a prolonged drought, when there's years like this, if there's a wildfire in the watershed, shortages on the Yampa River Basin or the overall Colorado River system. It also saves money because it helps us prolong our existing water supplies and delay big capital projects that then result in increases to our customers' water rates as well. It helps us protect the Yampa River and our tributaries. We can divert less water from the wells and from Fish Creek, leave more in the water for the river, reduces our carbon footprint because it takes a lot of chemicals and energy to treat water. And we also know these are all things that our community really supports and cares about. And we also see water conservation as important as part of our kind of regional presence and demonstrates that we're joining our other Western Slope communities and doing our part. So improving these water efficiency standards into the development code helps us transition to a more resilient built environment in the long term and meet these community goals. 1/3 of all our water use is outdoor, and some national studies estimate that about a half of outdoor water use is wasted. So one of our goals from a utility perspective is to shave the peak off of those peak high demand irrigation days in the summer. So this is one way that we can work towards doing that in the long term. Bob talked that this is supported by a lot of goals. I wanted to specifically point out that the landscaping code is the update to it to strengthen water conservation and wildfire resiliency is a council goal for this year. Implementing the water conservation plan is in our city's strategic plan. The CDC landscaping standards are specifically a priority activity in the water conservation plan. And then we also had a group from the city and Mount Warner Water attend a workshop in Grand Junction a couple years ago. We had Rebecca and Tom Leeson and former Councilor McGinley, and we came up with a water smart action strategy. And one of the key first actions was updating this landscaping standard. So we've been thinking about this and prioritizing it for a while. And like Bob said, it's really exciting to finally be at this point. I just wanted to make a couple comments on the proposed standards. So, we had been sort of debating, like, how would we limit turf? What would that look like? And then, the state passed the law and made that decision for us. So that was nice. We also, we looked at model codes and best practices from DOLA, from Western Resource Advocates, from the Northwest COG, from the Colorado Water Conservation Board. We looked at peer communities, so a lot, and let's say all communities in the state. So a lot of the Front Range communities have already made these changes these types of standards a few years ago. Aspen and Telluride have more stringent standards than we're proposing. And then Grand Junction, Glenwood Springs, Durango all have kind of similar things, standards as we're proposing right now. And just another important part of these standards is requiring licensed or certified professionals to put together the landscape irrigation plans. So, these are professionals that are trained to design for water efficiency, for different types of sites and conditions, for our tough mountain conditions, and to, as I mentioned, 50% of outdoor water use is lost to runoff, overspray, and inefficient systems. And this comes from design flaws, not from the users, the end users. And so having professionals means that they can understand and apply these technical standards, the same logic as we have engineers, designing our drainage systems and surveyors doing our plats. And we think that it will help, it should help reduce staff time in review. We get a more reliable product delivery. For developers, this could mean cleaner plan reviews, less resubmittals, fewer installation errors and warranty issues, and better long-term performance for clients. So water savings and cost savings. So we don't see requiring these qualified professionals as a burden, but instead like insurance that we're meeting the goals that were set forward with these standards. And then I also just wanted to point out a few of the activities that the city is doing to support these code changes. So we are just in the process of hiring a new water conservation coordinator. It's a full-time position, and half of the position will just be devoted to the water conservation program in partnership with Mount Warner Water. Part of that role will be helping to support education and outreach, the development and landscaping community on these changes. We also will be are looking into holding a workshop called Qualified Water Efficient Landscaper Workshop at the end of the summer. That'll be free to landscapers where they can get a certification. We have rolled out the the Garden in the Box program as well. And I also just wanted to say that we're really practicing. Oh, I wanted to mention the rebate program. We have a new outdoor irrigation rebate program, both for single-family residential as well as multifamily and commercial, where we will reimburse people for part of their costs for smart irrigation controllers, for water-efficient nozzles, sprinkler heads, for getting an irrigation assessment or audit done. And then we're also practicing what we preach in that the Parks and Recreation Department has hired a full-time certified water efficient irrigation professional. We've installed a smart irrigation central master control system for all of our city facilities and parks. And then that's 15% water savings just by having a smart controller. And we're also systematically going through each park and upgrading all of their components of their irrigation system. So I think these proposed standards are just a really important component of our long-term water security for the city. And I'm happy to answer any questions after Bob's presentation. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Julie. Okay. We're getting there. So thanks for bearing with us here. But there's a lot to cover here. So jumping into the key changes, I call them key changes, where we've rewritten the entire section 402, but just highlighting kind of where we've moved. Landscape and irrigation plans, as Julie mentioned, they'll be required by, proposed to be required by a qualified professional. So in irrigation plans, there's what's called a certified irrigation designer as the accreditation that we would propose to look for. We would provide this guidance with our submittal requirements on our website as part of like a planning department policy. Also, with water conservation, we've low water need plants don't require permanent irrigation. So we just require temporary irrigation for a period of 3 years for those. As mentioned, turf limitations on non-functional, non-hybridized turf. Efficient irrigation systems will be required. Smart irrigation controllers, required use of city-maintained plant list, and then having 75% of plantings be native or low water use. The key changes regarding wildfire and landscape areas. As noted, we've incorporated the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code requirements. In particular, their Class 2 defensible space principles. That's as part of the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, where they had a map, and almost the entirety of Steamboat Springs was in Class 2 except for some small pockets. So that's what we're incorporating into the code. You may have some questions like, well, if City Council has already adopted this code, why is planning putting it into the CDC? Well, we think it's important to for usability for both our applicants and staff to incorporate those into the landscape code, where you can see all of our standards in one place. There's also an allowance for ignition resistant plantings. And then the other landscape areas affected, So we're proposing to eliminate interior landscape requirements and parking lot setbacks. With the parking lot setbacks, we are replacing that with parking lot screening standards. How that would work is that there would no longer be the required setback for the parking lot. It would just have better screening for those parking lots. Parking lot, we've also adding parking perimeter and riparian landscaping, and also codifying the street tree requirements from the engineering standards and moving those into the community development code more intentionally. All right, moving on to the plant list. The purpose was to support the new code with a non-exclusive set of plant options appropriate for the Yampa Valley's character and climate. It replaces the current plant list in the CDC. As I mentioned, it's maintained outside of the code for flexibility and regular updates. It includes height, spread, nativity, and water needs for each of the plants listed in that. Ignition-resistant plants are also identified to support the fire code standards. And staff derived this plant list by researching regional appropriate plants, reviewing comparable community plant lists, and input from local experts in nurseries. Regarding plantings, reduce the minimum plant size to be more consistent with what can be sourced here locally. Requires, as mentioned, all the landscaping within the standards requires compliance with the plant list. There are exceptions. Reduces the number of required plantings for frontage landscaping. Eliminates interior landscape requirements. Reduces the number of landscape parking interior and end islands. And I'll get into a little bit of that here in a second. And then also reduces the minimum size of plantings so that it better aligns with what's available. Okay, so we had a work session with the Planning Commission towards the end of last year. And we've made some change. I thought it'd be helpful for the Planning Commission to understand what we've changed since that time. So we've introduced graphics within the code to support the text. And we've removed the foundation plantings that we were originally proposing. They just seem to conflict a little too much with the fire wise standards, fire protection standards. Then we've reduced the number of shrubs. So anything with the asterisk there at the end, you'll see that was the recommendations that we made based on that review we did with the Norris Design Consultants. So we found with that review that reducing what we had proposed of number of shrubs for screening, we reduced that by half. It seemed excessive in those markups we went through with Norris. We also removed ornamental trees at their recommendation from the screening requirements. Allow shrubs for tree substitutions in limited circumstances in cases where there's easement areas or conflicts with firewise standards. But the current code allows it in any circumstance, and we thought that was a little too permissive. We were getting a lot of situations where we weren't getting trees anymore. We're just people are shrubbing their way out of trees. We're also including the ignition-resistant plantings since that last version. We've reduced the number of interior and end island landscape areas required for parking lots. The current proposal is now 1 per 15 spaces versus the 1 per 10 that's currently in the code. And the thinking behind that was the more landscape areas that you have in a parking lot, the larger your parking lot is going to be and the more paved area you're going to have with your parking lot. And so that was the thought process behind that, and it provides a little more flexibility. We do get a lot of comments about how difficult it is to do snow maintenance in parking lots with a bunch of islands. So that's kind of where we landed for this. Though I think it's more specific on actually requiring end islands, not where the current code would just say like every 9, and I think it adds a little more specificity. I think I got it there, to that requirement. Reduce the minimum plant size requirements. Again, I think I previously mentioned that, to match with what you can actually buy at the nursery. And another important one here is, while we were going through, we noticed that bank, automobile service, and automobile wash did not have any screening standards. And it seemed like it was perhaps maybe just an oversight from previous efforts, because there's a host of other uses that would require, similar to this, that already require screening in the code. But so I want to make sure that was noted. We've also added a handful of new definitions: drive-through facility, irrigation-resistant vegetation, and structure ignition zone. Okay, so there's associated edits to Articles 2, 3, 4, and 8, and that's in Exhibit B. I feel like that's pretty straightforward why we've had to make changes to associated other parts of the code. And just real quick on our public outreach efforts. So you might have seen an article in the newspaper. City Communications Department released, did a press release and noted the changes, high level, and the hearing dates. We've had a dedicated web presence at Engage Steamboat for a number of months now. We've sent email notifications to update subscribers, so you can go on to the planning department or the city website and say, I want to be notified of any code changes. So we've pushed out notifications to that group, and then we did direct emails to common development applicants and consultants. Okay, City Council, May 5th and May 19th is the proposed schedule here moving forward. As I mentioned, we'll want to do some additional outreach and update forums and website for this effort. And that's a wrap. We'll be available for any questions.
Thank you, Bob.
All right. Thank you.
And Julie, any questions to Bob or Julie?
Yeah, I read through Walter's note and Gabby's note on requiring a professional landscaper person, architect, I guess. And I know we talked about it in our work session at length. And for the life of me, I can't remember where we landed on it. But it appears that
Requirement, no?
apparently we've said we've got it.
Not a state requirement, is it?
So our understanding is that landscape architects are a state requirement for almost all commercial multifamily development over, I want to say, is it 4 units? Yep, 4 units. And there are exceptions where civil engineers can propose landscape plans for drainage infrastructure or perhaps some elements of subdivisions. And so that article, that code, Colorado statute is cited in our updated code. And Lou, if there was some concern, it was not unanimous enough to have staff relook at a different approach on that. And then, as Julie's presentation mentioned, where most of the water waste is coming from poorly designed irrigation systems is right, is why we feel strongly about having a certified design professional on those.
And I did just want to, I didn't say this in the presentation, but I know in Walter's comment, he had said that there were 20 in the state certified irrigation professionals. And on the EPA's WaterSense site, there's 148. So I just wanted to make sure you all know that there's not really just 20.
No, but, well, I'd be curious how many there are here in Steamboat Land. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Hey, Lou, I looked that up.
And we're in a digital world now. It's not critical that you live here so you can hand a paper plan, right? So, go ahead. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no. Lou, I looked that up. There are 3 within 30 miles of Steamboat Springs. One of those works for the city. So that means there are 2. That's it.
That's it. Okay.
What is similar to a landscape architect or a certified irrigation designer? As in your presentation.
Yeah, it's the code languages, and I was going to move over there so I could pull up my resources there so I can answer some questions and take some notes, but
Well, I just was going to comment that the qualified water efficient landscaper training that I mentioned that we're trying to schedule in August, but Aspen does it for free every single year. So it's been available. And then there's a whole other set of certifications that you can go down to the Front Range and get. But that Quell one, we're going to try to do here, and we would do it free of charge. Yeah. And it's like a 1-day course.
if there's more questions on it, yeah, we can do that. I want to answer Rich's question. The code language right now is the landscape and irrigation plans shall be prepared by a qualified professional, including but not limited to landscape architect licensed in the state of Colorado. To cover the variety of situations I mentioned, not every situation is a landscape architect required.
Right. But since it's a non-exclusive list, I was just wondering, for those that feel that that's onerous, what other qualifications fit into that umbrella?
And that's what Julie was just touching on.
Well, she said you can, so there's a training, and that's the other one.
So
But she didn't tell me
Jeremy's
what
our
that.
staff landscape architect, so it's right in his wheelhouse here.
Yeah, I'll give you a little primer. Colorado is a Practice Act state for landscape architecture, which means you can't practice landscape architecture. There's, title acts. You can't call yourself landscape architect. You can't practice landscape architecture. So 4 units or less, anyone in a nursery, garden center, horticulturalist can design it. Anything larger than that is supposed to be done by a landscape architect. Now, the qualifier to that is, and this is in state statute, it talks a lot about overlap of professions. We have architects, we have engineers, we have other licensed professionals. And there's a group called ICOR, the Interorganizational Council on Regulations, I believe it is. They meet and they talk about these overlaps and try to figure out. But for instance, our civil engineers certainly have the capacity and the expertise to design stormwater facilities, do street tree plantings, things that are related to civil engineering. So where Bob talks about other professionals, there may be landscape plans that are in the scope and profession of a licensed civil engineer in that perspective. So that's where those overlaps happen, but it is required by state statute, just as our other licensed professionals.
Okay, thanks.
All right, any other questions?
Yeah. Where does the certified irrigation designer fit into that? Only in things that are less than 4 units?
Oh, for irrigation plans only, for the creation of irrigation plans that are required. So if somebody is to propose a landscape a project that requires irrigation per our code, then that's where they would step in.
Or a landscape architect could do it because they're qualified as well.
If they are, if they're going to stamp the plan, the irrigation plan.
Yeah, but there might not be plans. Yeah.
Is our code exempting projects under 4 units, or is it required for all projects and under the new code?
The code is referring back to the state law, which would be the 4 or more. Yeah.
Okay.
Bob, I got a different subject for you. Can we talk about tree crowns real quick?
Sure. Love to.
Super nitpicky, but I feel like the way that the tree crown is described in the code is asking to measure from trunk to trunk rather than edge of crown to edge of crown. And I think that maybe we could tweak that graphic a little bit and even the language to make that a little bit more clear, especially I'm talking about in the defensible space area where
Yeah.
we're talking like 6 to 10 foot separation. The graphic is literally showing center to center, and we could just be a little bit more clear. Super nitpicky, but
Yeah.
I would want to see that change.
Okay.
Anybody else have one?
I had a similar question when we were talking about substituting shrubs for trees. Do shrubs have the same separation requirements? Because in a fire situation, they could be equally dangerous, let's just say, because I can't think of the word I want to use.
Yes.
As a tree, maybe even more so.
Yes, they're applicable to each of the structure ignition zones.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
I had another one, and it's more philosophical. I mean, we talk about water waste and, excessive watering, et cetera. One of my little pet peeves is when we're looking to cover the costs of water delivery, we constantly raise the usage fee. I don't know why we are not, an application, a connection fee, but we're not upcharging the actual use per water. And the city really if people are wasting water, we need to be charging them more. That it needs to be, my understanding is it's every rate, go ahead.
We do have a tiered rate system. So the more you use, the higher rate you pay within tiers.
Okay, I
What
haven't
you were
seen
thinking
that.
about?
Yes.
Yeah, no, that is, and it makes a big difference.
Okay, never mind. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I still didn't find clarity. There were a couple questions that I think I asked during the workshop and didn't find more clarity in the new draft, but maybe it's there and I just missed it. So one of those is what happens if I'm talking about small projects now. So there's, percentages. And if a project frontage or whatever the area happens to be requires less than the percentage categories. So say it requires less than 3 trees and 2 shrubs, but there's that many categories. Because I've seen this become a problem in our current code. Does that make sense? If it only requires 1 tree or 2 trees, but there are 5 categories that you have to provide percentages within.
Yes, I do recall you bringing that up now. And so you're talking about table 4026, I believe, where we've got rate 1 per 400. And if you're into fractions there, so I believe the code requires like rounding up. Is that like Rebecca? I think that's an overall where a code standard results in a fraction, it gets rounded like parking.
I mean, once it's been rounded up to like 2 or.
What's that?
Once it's been rounded up, if it's less than the number of categories.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't have a 0.2 tree, right? Is that?
Right. No,
Yeah.
that's not what I'm asking.
Yeah.
for.
Okay. I'm sorry.
So you calculate the area and then it says you need you need 1.47 trees. You round that up to 2.
Mhm. And then which?
And there are 3 categories
of trees.
which you have to provide the
Yeah.
percentage
Right.
amount of trees.
Mhm. Okay. Yes.
You would just want to see a hierarchy? Is that what you're saying?
No, I just want to see assurances for what you're supposed to do in that situation. Because I've had it applied on projects both ways. I've had it applied where we were required to provide more plants than we were required to just because we had to fill all the categories. And then I've had it applied separately, or the opposite, where we provided the number that we were required to provide, but just chose the highest percentage categories. And I'd like to know that there's something that's in code that says what's going to happen, because it's caused confusion for me in the past. That makes sense?
No, it's great. I'm always just, I just want to put into context your question on like, how does that look into theoretically a recommendation to council that we like this code except for, you know, and if you want to say except for something, then, you know, what?
And I think right now I'm just trying to clarify that there's not something in there that I'm just missing that does clarify that.
Which would be the easiest.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Sorry, I also noticed I got some table numbering here to work on, but so do you have any recommendation? I mean, I think with staff, if you could pick 2 of the trees that you wanted. I don't.
Yeah, I think if that was
yeah.
just clarified somewhere,
Yeah.
that would be helpful,
Okay.
just to help with consistency. I have a couple other of those if people are okay with me continuing. Whether drive aisles and driveways are included in vehicle use areas, because I would assume they are. But I know that was a kind of a question mark during our workshop. So if you happen to have, you know, some of the industrial lots in particular have like a long entry, and then they might have like 100-foot long driveway, and then they have their parking area way at the back of their lot. Are they required to screen that entire driveway because it's a vehicular use area?
For the screening standards,
Yeah.
like that is.
It doesn't really say, it doesn't say driveways, but if I were guessing what vehicular use areas are, I would assume that a driveway is one of them.
So the screening standards, just parking lots. So there would, there is no hard and fast distinction, which is probably what you're getting at. But we would, an access road to a parking lot, we would not consider to need screening per this, because it's, vehicle use areas are further described as being either parking lots, loading and service areas, or drive-through areas.
So even like the drive aisles on a parking lot would not be, or would they be?
The drive aisle, like if it's within the parking lot, it will require screening per the parking lot screening requirements.
So I guess what I'm getting at is that like if everything's a square parking lot, then this makes perfect sense. Like we know what the parking lot is, right? But as soon as it's not a square parking lot, like Eddy Line is actually a good example. It's like little pieces of parking all over the site. Or, I mean, I can think of a lot of them that are on smaller sites. As soon as it's not a parking lot, it's just parking areas, it's less clear what parts need to be screened in the code.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's unique situations all over the place that is really difficult to account for each one of them in the code. But I'm open to suggestions on how you might handle that.
Yeah, I would love to just qualify exactly what a parking lot is somehow, but I don't know. I mean, I don't have suggestions on what that looks like. I just know that of the 15 projects that we've done in the city, I don't think a single one of them has a parking lot. And so that's, I mean, it's enough to know that they're not just outliers. That makes sense.
Just as a reminder, we have included vehicle and drive aisles now as definitions in our last version 8. That was something you guys approved, so that helps. It lends a small piece of definition to this discussion.
And drive aisles are included in the screening or not included in the screening requirements?
A drive aisle would not, in my interpretation, and would be part of the parking lot.
Say that again, Jeremy. Drive aisle would or would not be part of the parking
I
lot?
do not believe it would be. Oh, the drive, sorry, I'm misspeaking. The access, I was thinking of the access aisle. The drive aisle would be part of the parking lot. An access aisle would not be. Like we talk about accessing from the road to get into a parking lot, and then the drive aisles itself are part of the parking lot. That was the reason for that code amendment. Apologies.
Yeah, I think we totally hear the wish that we could perfectly define it, but I don't know that we're going to get to that.
Is the intention that more of that would be screened? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand, the impacts of all of this screening, because it's a lot of screening. If like it's a driveway that's going around and there are 4 parking spots on one side of it, and then it goes along further and there are 4 more parking spots, is that entire area intended to be screened per this code? That informs
if it's
a lot.
Yeah, it's hard to describe. And I think it may be helpful just to clarify that screening. Well, the situation we're talking about, screening landscaping wouldn't apply. It's the perimeter
Sure, yeah, sorry.
landscaping
In the wrong.
that would apply. And yeah, I can only say we would need to review it on a case-by-case basis. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Brian had a couple questions.
Okay, go.
So one, Bob, Julie, thank you and everyone for all the work on this much needed item. I'm still confused on the professionals from a CID, and my number 3 was a CID in particular that I mentioned earlier. Jeremy, you made a comment around landscape architects. And there's one certified with the state of Colorado that lives in 80487. There are more around, but I'm confused. And Julie, you mentioned the class that the city will offer for free. What will they'll, besides stamping a plan, because that's different, what will that allow the individual to do? I'm not sure the code is clear distinguishing. It says like, similar, items like that. Does it make more sense to be more specific so there's no confusion of who needs to do the work? What are your thoughts?
So answer one part, and I think maybe we could tag team this. We are going to have that specific direction within our submittal requirement forms as our department policy to note that specifically certification, irrigation plans need to be certified by a certified irrigation designer, the CID.
But
and then I didn't quite catch what's that.
But they're 2 within 30 miles of here. How do we do that? I mean, that's you have public comment from 2 individuals saying that's difficult. How do we think about that? I'm really concerned.
Well, I think most of this is done digitally now. Plans and consulting with consultants are usually are done. Exchanging plans are usually done digitally. So having somebody design a plan, and I think it's also helpful to note that a lot of the and my research and working with Jeremy, and Jeremy, you could explain it better than I do, Cam. So I was just going to say that the irrigation product manufacturers, some of them will often do a free. They'll do the irrigation plan for free for buying their products. And so in that, they'll stamp it. They have a CID on staff. So
Yeah, not even for buying, just because their products are being specified. So that's the CID piece of it. We do actually find, I know there's public comment around people that are not using some of these licensed or certified individuals, but we do have more firms than you might otherwise believe that actually already use professionals. We have not required them to stamp plans, and we may not have a lot of local professionals, but as you know, a lot of our local offices still employ remote persons to fill those needs. So probably, if I'm coming off with a number, more than half of our development plans probably have landscape architects in that realm, licensed landscape architects already working on staff for them. It's not an exorbitant overreach, in our opinion.
And this is just to create the irrigation plan by a certified.
It doesn't have to be a CID. The CID is very specific, and it's, if I, hopefully I understand this correctly, but I think that one, I think that is specific and requires like a test and a certification. I think this language may have gotten removed, but I think originally we were saying it has to be a certified professional on the EPA's WaterSense list, because that includes other types of irrigation certifications like the Quell. Like Quell is not a CID, but it is a certification, and like Aspen for irrigation, and like
That's
Aspen has-
installation, right?
What?
That's for installation. Is that?
No, it's no, they can
Oh.
do, it's a certification for design that
Oh, okay.
is like a, so I think originally there's a few types of irrigation certifications that potentially we would accept as long as they were water efficient, according to, they can get on that EPA list. But, we have been signaling this update to the code for several years now that, we would be integrating stronger water efficiency standards. And these certifications are available, and they are now required to do the irrigation assessments for the outdoor rebate program. Like, we're only accepting those from certified professionals. So I think this is just, if we want to get more certified irrigation professionals here in town, which we desperately need, we're probably going to have to require it.
Great. And so Julie, the course that you're offering potentially in August, is that Quell?
Yes, that's the qualified water efficient landscaper. And so it covers a bunch of elements of landscaping, including irrigation.
Okay, so that would help our workforce, we'll call it.
I would recommend that we use that we accept that certification.
Great,
Yeah, and I
thank
think
you.
that's one of the reasons why we don't want to have like tie ourselves into certain specifics in the code, rather put that into our department policies, our submittal requirement forms, because we have a little more flexibility there as like different certifications become available, or we can widen that a little bit more and amend that without going through a code amendment process.
Great, thank you. And one more question is a process question, and Bob, you went through, a multi-year body of work here. Can you explain how the process was to reach out to those who are going to have to implement this, be it the developers, the landscape designers, the landscapers themselves, the builders, those that are going to have to actually implement? And you got questions from a member of the commission who is in one of those categories and had some very specific items. And I'm concerned about those small things that could bite us in the future, that constituency could likely point out very quickly. How have we performed that other than send out emails?
Other than the emails, we've done the press release, right? And we're having these hearings here. So I don't have anything else to offer. We don't.
Well, the consultant, right? I mean, you did a big step, right? You did a test design with a licensed
Yes,
architect. I mean, that's a huge component that
Yeah.
David should dwell on. So
Yeah, that's a
I'll
big
add that to
component.
your.
Thank you.
Thanks for pointing that out. I thought, David, you were asking more like the builders in town, how we specifically reached out, or the contractors.
I was, but that is a piece of using it. I think what Brian is saying, you utilize what was there and found some challenges and
Mhm,
rectified
sure.
those challenges.
Yeah.
So
And yeah.
go ahead.
And
Okay, thank
I
you.
will make no bones about it that we're going to find some things that we're going to need to change after we start using it. And just like all of our routine text amendments that we take through all the time, where it's very difficult to get code language perfect the first time. We've tried our best, but at some point you got to just got to go for it. And hopefully we'll find some things out through these meetings and working with you guys and challenging us, and we'll make some changes. But at some point we gotta use it, and and part of our next steps is to do some more outreach with the community. So.
Well, and Bob, I appreciate that answer. And also that we're not just going with it, right? This is not a stab in the dark. This is a very lengthy process that you at length even told us about the lengthy process tonight, right? I mean, there's been more than none consideration into how this could
We've
look.
put a lot of work into it.
And from
We've
many
engaged
different
A lot
resources.
of professionals throughout this process.
Just bolstering that this wasn't that quick of a
Yeah, thank you.
conclusion anyway.
Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns?
I have more concerns.
No questions, just concerns.
Well, I guess that was going to be my next question was, do we also talk about, I don't have a question about this item, but I have concerns around an item. That's all part of this part of the hearing, or do we
In
wait?
as much as we want to be comfortable with whatever recommendation we want to make to
Yeah.
council, but I mean, I do caution us on, like Bob was just saying, like we did with the signage code, right? We considered, did things, put it into practice, made small revisions in order to fine tune it. I worry about thinking that you can get to 100% perfect tonight before you can make a recommendation, right? If you're feeling like 0%, like making a recommendation because you're concerned, that's one thing, but you know what I mean? Like there's a line, I think, probably on like,
Absolutely, yeah.
what's nitpicking and dwelling tonight versus the bigger picture of the effort that's trying to be.
I think my first two questions were pretty nitpicky. My concerns are much like bigger picture than that. I did, and I think I shared this with you before as well, but I did an analysis of like half the projects we've ever done against this code, and they were between, the smaller projects were like $15,000 more expensive, and the bigger projects were like $60K more expensive. But I also am unclear on what needs to be screened. So that could make a difference.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Was this before or after I did I went through your analysis? You shared that, it was super helpful.
Yeah.
And we had a dialogue, like,
Totally.
yeah, was that number before or based on this new code?
I just did it the other day based on the new code. I tried to reapply what I understood of the new code, which is where those nitpicky questions came from, because I was trying to apply it and was just confused about a few things.
Is that consulting fees included?
No, that doesn't even include a landscape architect or the certified irrigation design person, or like added expense for the smart sensors or amending the soil, all of which are probably thousands of dollars in their own. This is just plantings.
Okay, interesting. I'd like to know more about that, because like I've highlighted, we've reduced quite a bit of the standards and planting requirements. So, yeah.
I think it's because it's specific to the industrial zone, which is exempt from a lot of the current landscaping requirements right now. It basically just requires frontage. There's no interior landscaping requirements for industrial. There's screening requirements, but they're very different than these screening requirements. The interior parking lot stuff, there's no parking lot setback standards. And then the parking lot standards are, only once you get so big. So I think that's a big part of it. None of those exemptions exist in the industrial.
There's
there is no interior requirement now.
Right.
And there's
It
always,
wasn't before. So
yeah,
I
but
think that's where like the give and take came
not
from.
understanding the where's the add-on? Because we're eliminating the parking lot setback. We've always required parking lot landscape and we've always required frontage. The new is perimeter parking lot.
That.
Okay, but the parking lots are generally, okay, so there's the increase in the parking
That.
lot perimeter.
The perimeters, depending on how that's interpreted, cause massive shifts in the cost of landscaping and the number of plantings that are required. And then my other big concern is about snow storage. You're only allowed to store snow within the first 20 feet past from the edge of the pavement. And now we're requiring potentially like fences or walls within 6 feet of those parking lots and outdoor storage areas and some of the other areas that need to be screened in that way. And I have no idea where people are going to be putting snow if they have to have this fencing and all of this extra landscaping right up against their parking areas and outdoor storage areas.
Yeah, and to be clear, the fencing or walls is elective. It's an either or. You can, to reduce the amount of landscaping, you can do walls or fencing. Or if you don't do it, then you do a little bit more intensive plantings.
Yeah, if you don't do it, you have to have like 10 feet between that parking area and the lot line, or 8 feet or something.
Yeah,
It's a lot.
Yep.
Where now you can have a parking lot or parking area right up to the lot line, which,
For industrial, because that didn't have the parking lot setback.
yeah. And so most of the projects that we've ever done, flat out you couldn't even do them. If you need that much space between a parking lot and the lot line, you could not do all the little small industrial lots around town. They can't develop unless they get variances under this code.
6 to 8 feet.
Mhm.
Okay.
If you were putting a parking lot at a property line, then you weren't doing snow storage there either.
No, but you're thinking of you're combining two different issues. Sometimes
That was the thing you were concerned about, was snow
concerned
storage.
about both. Sometimes snow storage is not square, like on bigger sites, it's just the perimeter of the parking area. But on the little sites on Captain Jack up by the airport, all of those sites are pretty small. You're like barely getting a 1,400 square foot building on these sites and 4 parking spaces. And you're tucking parking spaces. I mean, drive up Captain Jack, there are parking spaces tucked everywhere and they're right up against lot lines. And people are really creative with where that snow storage goes. But you couldn't even fit those parking spaces in because of the amount of space you have to have between those parking spaces and the lot line. And I don't know, because I'm not as familiar with other zoning, as many lots in other zoning areas, but in industrial, every single one of those lots are going to need variances in order to just develop.
Okay.
And to be fair, I'm really excited about all the water conservation. Like, I'm really excited about that. That's fantastic. But there's some big concern areas for me still that I think need to be addressed.
Good. Cool. Any other questions, or should I go to public comment real quick? Believe it or not, we have one. Just can't see him. Let's go to public comment real quick. If we have any public comment online, you've already raised your hand, I believe, and can unmute yourself, give us your name and address and your public comments.
Hi, my name is Andy Benjamin. I reside at 209 Dodge Ave in Oak Creek, Colorado. I have been designing and installing landscapes in the Yampa Valley since 1999. And I just want to say, first off, I'm really appreciative of the hard work that's been done. I will say that Bob did reach out to me, even though I didn't have a chance to respond. So the community outreach is happening, and people are becoming more involved in this process. for the most part, I think you guys have a pretty good framework for making recommendations. This goes a long way, I think, in promoting water conservation. The reduction in interior plant calculations, not only will they result in water conservation, but also a cost reduction with the number of plants that are being required to be planted. And also along with the size, smaller plants cost less. So I think those are all strong things that help with mitigating the cost a little bit. I did notice there was a picture of cottonwoods being recommended as a plant species that would be allowable, although they may be somewhat fire resistant. There was a number of them that were planted back in the early 2000s. We had a big windstorm. They blew down and caused a lot of damage around town. Cottonwoods are just fast growing, weak wooded. I will take some umbrage with the percentage of waste that comes from poor design. I'm sure it contributes to it, but operation, installation, and damage, I think, has a large amount to do with waste. At least what I see in the field is systems that are running too long or too many times, which really comes a lot of times after the professional is left and the homeowner takes over. There are some comments about the I-Core overlap with professionals. I think that works when you start specifying and saying you're only allowed to use these trees and shrubs. You're taking away a lot of what a design professional does. I will say that a lot of LAs are not certified irrigation design professionals. Most landscape architects haven't even had but one plant identification course. The degree is not in horticulture. It's actually more of a design-based, larger concepts and larger planning things. I think there needs to be a little bit more clarification with what you're talking about. Residential design, will residential irrigation design require CIDs? I think following state statutes are a good thing, and that works really well for these commercial projects. I do appreciate all the hard work that you guys are doing. It was back in Overlook Park almost 9 years ago that I started asking for some of these changes to come around. So I am really appreciative of all the hard work, and I look forward to seeing this get implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. With that, we'll close public comment now. And I guess I'll come back to you guys with any other questions you have for Bob. And being that this is not quasi judicial, let's get into questions and also motion and discussion, I think can start to overlap, right?
I guess my big fear was with the CID. I thought Walter made some pretty compelling arguments in public comment. Staff seems to have mitigated that, and that was really the biggest concern without delving into the details like you did, Clay. That stuff was over my head. But that was my biggest concern, and I think staff is addressing that as best as possible.
I looked up what it takes to get CID, and it looks like it's difficult, but it's certainly not as hard as becoming an engineer, an architect, or a surveyor. You do have to take a couple what are probably pretty difficult tests, but maybe Julie's right. If we do require it, maybe we will start seeing more CID certified. Maybe they're just engineers and architects around town and decide to go take that test and start producing better, more water efficient designs around town.
That's my hope as well, that this will be the catalyst for it as opposed to the barrier.
Well, I agree. Regulations drive engineering work. I can tell you. But no, I think this is a good job. I think I respect Clay's issues or concerns. Since she obviously deals with it probably more than any of us. And that's a good start.
I mean, are your concerns alleviated enough that you would vote for it, or are you so concerned you're going to vote no?
No, I guess maybe if staff wanted to give some ideas on how any of that could be dealt with between now and council, but it just feels like bigger stuff than you guys are gonna write between now and council, right?
I mean, I guess I'd want a little more clarity. So you're concerned that there is now a new 6-foot perimeter landscape requirement around parking areas where before there wasn't? Is that?
And outdoor storage, yeah. Where previously you could just do a fence around outdoor storage, and now it seems like you have to do the landscaping version, right? Or can you still just do a fence around outdoor storage?
For outdoor storage, the screening only applies to the right of way. So the front property line. And you could either do a greater depth area with more landscaping, or you can do a reduced, there's still some trees required, but less, and a wall or a fence.
Okay. Yeah, I think that what you were saying is a big concern.
So when I'm reading the parking lot perimeter landscaping is specific to parking lots. I don't have the outdoor storage stuff pulled up, but so there, I think Commissioner Cruz is correct. There's like a new sort of 6-foot distance that would be required around the perimeter of landscaping in a property line potentially. If in the past parking areas were going right up to the property line. So on one hand, that actually creates more potential for snow storage. I would also just, but then again, we have seen parking lots go right up to the property line. So that would be a change. I would also just, and I don't know how you apply the standards or how you envision the standards being applied, but when we calculate required plantings, it's based on a per X number of linear feet, but the intention is not that there's literally a tree and a shrub every 50 feet. Because I think actually the resiliency code requires that we have some groupings.
In the general plant section, it
Right.
requires groupings of trees.
Oh,
Although actually this one, let me look at that. But
Okay.
Go ahead.
Anyway, I think the point is that like it is intended to provide some amount of softening of that parking lot, but it is explicitly not called screening. It's parking lot perimeter landscaping. So it's not that it has to fully screen the parking lot. So I think there's the ability to group those plantings and still make sure that you can use some of that space for snow storage. Does that?
That makes sense when you're choosing that option. I guess I'm just trying to understand why there's a wall fence option.
There isn't
in
for
the frontage.
perimeter. That's only for the frontage. So a parking lot on the side property line would just have that one, 2 trees every 50 feet and 3 shrubs. That's in a 6-foot depth, a little 6-foot buffer. So yeah, no longer can you have your pavement go right to the property line and not have any kind of buffer.
And you could.
Would it be possible to not exempt, there are places in the code where it's like where this is happening, this is required. Like something that basically makes it clear that you can have parking spaces that go to the lot line, but that doesn't, then the plantings that are calculated off of that linear footage just have to go elsewhere. Does that make sense? They just need to be clumped outside of that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I think the intention was to provide some softening, some visual buffer of some kind, and to not generally allow parking to go to the property line. Now, there could be exceptions to that where you have perhaps a shared parking lot, a shared drive, easement, things like that, where I think we would apply that differently in those kinds of circumstances. But I think the idea here is actually to create some amount of buffer around parking lots. And I think that is new. We can acknowledge that. But I don't think that the idea was that every goal here was to reduce landscaping. I think this is probably one example of where it's actually an increase or a change of some kind.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it gets to buffering, but also our current standards for parking lots only deal with interior islands and end islands. So when you have a parking lot on the perimeter, was no requirement to actually have landscaping that helps with the heat island effect of the pavement along those long stretches. And it was only required to be on these projections or corners. Yeah, there was multiple reasons for that, but yes, I mean, this is where, people will have differing opinions on what, they think is appropriate for our community, so.
I think I'm just having a hard time with the fact that of all the projects we've ever done, one has equivalent or reduced plantings, and the rest of them aren't developable without major variances. So I think that's a pretty hard line.
It'd be great to go over that with you, because when you shared your last one, I think we found that, one, we made some clarity in the code because you were thinking that the screening was required around the entire parking lot, or even that the screening was required if you had an industrial use, no matter if there was anything outdoors, that the whole, so I just want to make sure that what you're saying, is how I understand how this would apply.
Yeah,
obviously we're dealing with more properties than just tiny industrial lots here.
And that's the one
right.
Those are the ones I know.
And yes, if you didn't have any, it would increase if there were no other requirements for landscaping because of the perimeter alone. But if you have such small lots, this is 2 trees per 50 linear feet. So it'd be pretty difficult to get to too many trees on these tiny lots for perimeter landscaping.
I think what you're not realizing, though, is that those tiny lots are putting parking in, they're splitting up parking and putting it in the places they can fit it. So you have 2 parking spaces jutting out over here. So you have 20 feet, 20 feet, 20 feet, and then 2 more over here that's 20 feet, 20 feet, 20 feet.
Yeah.
So actually, it adds up really fast on those small lots. Even if you're only screening or putting parking lot perimeter landscaping on just the parking spaces themselves, it adds up really fast. Whenever the parking is separated more and not clumped together, it adds up really fast. And I think
sounds like a unique situation, because we often don't have parking lots with little, like you described, right?
Every ever done has been like that.
Yeah.
Not that I've done hundreds of developments, but 15.
Well, obviously it's hard to address your concerns at this meeting on the fly, right? So I don't know what to offer at this point.
Yeah.
So let's pull that back, big picture then, right? We were making a couple of comments before that conversation, which was great. Are there any other comments or concerns, or anybody feeling that there's a reason not to make a motion of recommendation to council tonight based on anything they've heard, or does anybody want to make a recommendation to council?
I'll motion to.
Sorry, I didn't have staff a chance to, I just wanted to answer the public comment question.
Sure.
Yeah. Sorry, I usually give an opportunity for that, but the question was whether the CID would be required for residential, and it would just be required for multifamily residential, 3 or more dwelling units in a building. So not single family or duplex. So thank you. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep.
Brian, to answer your question, I'm concerned. Calais just talked about where she's developed, and I don't believe this is ready, in my opinion, recommend to council. I believe more input from those who are going to have to implement it is needed to help identify where these challenges might be. It could be an open house, something. that there's not been the outreach to the development community that I would expect on this to recommend to council at this point. And I think Callie's comments are a perfect example of why.
Lou, you were saying? You were mid-motion, so
It was mid-motion.
I wanted to give you the opportunity to come back to it if and so you wanted it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think there has been outreach. I just don't know how deep the outreach has been. You know, obviously Clay has been working with these guys on several instances. Obviously Walter and Gabby Riegler have been providing input. So I don't think the community has been ignored. So there has been outreach, and I assume there's going to be more outreach based on the presentation. So will it change? Maybe. I don't know, you know, if the concerns that Calais has are specific to the types of developments that you're doing, or is that a more general concern?
I think for me, it's general concern. I mean, I know I applied them to the projects that
Right, I
we've done
understand.
because those are the ones I have easy access to. But if they apply to every single one of the projects we've done, save for one, then they must apply to projects outside of that. And I just don't want to be the unfortunate person who tries to develop one of the lots that it does apply to first, because that's going to be a mess. Yeah.
And how much of that, I mean, how much more outreach and how much more change would alleviate that, gee, I'm the first person doing this?
I don't think the outreach was a problem. I think that they've done a phenomenal job of outreach. I think it's actually specifically industrial lots that need to be looked at, because there's a lot of them that are small like this, that are exactly what I'm talking about, and quite a few that are undeveloped. So I think that would be the place I would focus. But obviously that's easy for me to say because again, those are the ones I know.
Right.
But they need that needs revision in this code. And that's, you know, there are still quite a few lots that are gonna fall under exactly what I'm talking about.
So I guess the question then to staff is, how do you anticipate outreach impacting what you've already produced? Would further outreach impact what's created?
Well, I mean, we're adopting we could be adopting what's proposed. So it's, what our outreach moving forward, if adopted, would be to educate on how to apply and what's coming up and how to get prepared for it and what this means. So it wouldn't necessarily, obviously, we couldn't go back to the standards and make adjustments at that point.
And that would evoke changes
Yeah.
in what is being recommended, correct?
I'm not sure if I follow.
Say that again.
Well, wait, once you go out and you teach people how to, or tell people what they have to apply it to, then there will be circumstances where someone says, oh my goodness, I can't do this. And maybe we need to change something.
Well, I mean, maybe we need to change something, or maybe we don't.
agree.
It's hard to presume. So I think we can look at a couple of industrial lots if we think that's worthwhile to better understand what the impact might be. But again, I don't know that we set out to say no impact.
Right, I
Right.
understand.
So I don't think it's anyone's intention to drastically reduce the developability of any lot, just to be clear on that. But I don't think it was ever, we're going to adopt a whole new landscape code that's going to have zero impact. So it will change the way sites have to be designed, no doubt. I don't know. I guess I would want more clear direction on what it is that we're trying to improve upon or change in the code for us to go do more outreach? Because I don't, to do outreach just to say, I guess I just need more direction. I'll leave it at that.
No, I'm not sure. I think Calais has provided an expression of concerns. And that expression of concerns, is it large enough to say, gee, maybe we shouldn't pass this? I mean, that's the question I assume we're dealing with here.
Because I mean, I would just also offer, I really appreciate you sort of testing the code on your existing sites. I think that's great. And I know it provided some super meaningful feedback already. I struggle a little bit to say that those sites couldn't be developed. They might not be able to be developed exactly the way that you've already developed, that they've already been developed. But I don't know that something of a comparable size, scale, number of units, whatever the case is, couldn't still be developed. There's so many variables there, right? If you're designing the site based on a new code, is the expectation that, then you're designing a different site. So I don't know that that they would be rendered undevelopable. I would say I do not believe this code would render a lot undevelopable.
I think when you do the calculations on some of the small industrial lots, it would make, I suppose you could still put 1,600 square feet of a warehouse on some of them, if you can fit 1,600 square feet on them, because that would allow you would get 2 parking spots. You would need 2 parking spots because it's 1 spot per 800 square feet for a warehouse. You could not put a 1,400 square foot residence on it, like most of the industrial lots that are getting developed are doing, because for the most part, they're small business owners who are just trying to find a place to live and a place to run their business. That's what most of those small lots are getting developed into. So then you need 4 parking spots. And on these 50-foot wide lots, which a lot of them are, I don't know how you get 4 parking spots and not put them in front of a loading door, which you're not allowed to do, on 50 feet wide, and also have those 6 feet on both sides. So that's why I'm saying undevelopable. There's just not, you can't fit those measurements on that lot. And some of them aren't even 50 feet wide. Some of them are even smaller than that. They're pretty small lots.
I mean, is it an expectation that every super small industrial lot should be able to accommodate a residence and an industrial space?
No, but I think that a lot of those people bought those lots expecting that that's what they were able to do, and now they aren't.
I'm having a hard time tracking what the undevelopability of the lot is resulting from the standards. You said 6 foot, the perimeter landscaping of 6 feet adjacent to across 50 feet, you've got 4 parking spaces in front of a building or to the.
You can't put them in front of the building because then they're in front of the loading door. So you have to put them off to the side.
Yeah.
So if you put a 20-foot long parking space on this side and a 20-foot long parking space on this side, and then 6 feet in front of that before the lot line, and a 24-foot wide driveway in between all of those things, because that's what has to be in front of that loading door, there's not space for all of that. Which is why most of the time those parking spots are up against lot lines, because they're really narrow lots.
But if you didn't have parking on both sides and just had it on one side? I mean,
there's no, I mean, yeah, I mean.
Ways, and it's getting into, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just
details.
saying that every, the way that those have been developed historically, and the people who purchased those lots with an expectation of sort of generally what they're able to do on those lots, suddenly that's no longer possible, based on the fact that all of our lots would have been, like everything that we've done, you wouldn't be able to put the building that's on there now and provide the parking that is required. That wouldn't be possible.
I
That's
would
what
love to see
what
that
I'm
because
struggling with
yeah.
is the introduction that the code is trying to suggest is to screen and buffer, whichever defined term you want to use or not, industrial parking from the road or from impacting neighboring properties. Are you suggesting that we shouldn't have that goal simply because these lots are narrow? Or, what are you suggesting? Because I'm like struggling to like not want to do what I actually think is a really good idea because a few Captain Jack lots can't do 4 parking spaces.
It's not
Right?
just
Like
Captain
the
Jack
code-
lots.
The code requirement or the code goal is a good goal, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Is that appropriate in the industrial zone?
Why would I not want to vote screening? Yeah.
Screening, sure. But is the parking lot perimeter stuff appropriate in the industrial zone when the expectation is that the industrial zone is not going to be as beautiful as the rest of town? That's why it has fewer requirements. That's why there's nothing in the code about what the building has to look like, what color it has to be, what materials are going to be on it. There's not even glazing requirements in the industrial zone. Like, we know that the industrial zone is not going to be as pretty. So why do we care if 2 neighboring lots put parking spaces right up against their lot lines? Like, that's one of the reasons that industry can exist in these lots, in this zoning areas, because there aren't as many requirements in them. So while I totally agree with you on pretty much every other place in town, I don't think that this is appropriate for the industrial zone.
Okay. Good. You see, that helps solidify kind of where we're at. And so then what I would like to do, because I feel like we're getting to a point where we're talking in circles, is to say, what is our straw poll? What does an actual motion look like that fails or not look like tonight? Is that the consensus that we should not send this to council because of that concern? Does not everybody feel that way? And let's have kind of a majority direction here so that I'd love to get to some direction here.
I agree. I understand. And I'm getting the sense that, with the industrial, if it's industrial zoning that's an issue, is what we're trying to accomplish applicable at this point in time, or does it have to be looked at differently? And I don't know if that's part of this. Is that part of a motion to look at the industrial zone differently? One of the sections has industrial zone separately, and it says to be determined or something. I don't know. What Calais is talking about seems to be very, very, very specific.
Mm-hmm.
And, the rules obviously have impacts on everything. But if industrial zone is somehow different or special, then should we look at it differently? That I honestly, I couldn't even begin to answer that.
Okay. Rich?
Is the screening only for visual, or is it also part of our heat island effects?
Just so we're using the words that are in the code, the screening is along the frontages, and that's intended to buffer and screen aesthetically. The parking lot perimeter and the interior parking lot landscape requirements are intended for heat islands, for water quality, and I think the perimeter is also creates some buffering and screening between properties.
Thank you.
I guess my question is, if we're talking about a select few or many very small industrial lots here, wouldn't they be able to just come with a variance of undue hardship? They can't do this because the lot's too narrow, and we could make a case-by-case decision on those developments?
That question's for you guys.
Yeah, I would not think that it would typically qualify as a hardship, because something can be built there, like something can be built there.
House without a residence.
But we also have acceptable alternatives, and perhaps in those circumstances, some other type, like fencing or something, or, I don't know. Perhaps there would be a means to justify a variance under other grounds.
Rebecca, is there enough concern that your staff could take a deeper look at specifically industrial zoning, small industrial sites or something? I don't know. I don't know the answer. I'm just asking.
I think Calais said it best herself. But the question, and I think you alluded to it, Lou, is do you think perimeter parking lot landscaping is needed? Is it beneficial in the industrial zone? So I don't know that we need to do a whole, it's a policy decision. I think, if I'm not missing it, like Clay and I could get together, we could look at all this stuff, but I think we're going to come back to is like it's a policy question. Do we want that? Do we need that? And this is the proposal in front of you. And like, that's why you guys get paid the big bucks.
Arguably every in our city, not even on, arguably every development within our city could maybe reach greater potential if we reduced a number of standards from our code. So this is an application of a new standard that will probably result in some level of restriction. We don't know what that degree will be exactly, what the impact will be.
And I'd like to add to Bob's that science, I think, supports the fact that perimeter landscaping is going to improve our built environment regardless of what zone district it's in.
What do you guys want to be?
I'm ready for a motion.
Sure.
I'll move to approve. Oops, I need to get to the bottom and say it properly. There we go. I recommend approval of PL 2026-0037, a CDC text amendment application.
Second.
Motion and second. Opportunity for any final discussion?
I feel that the staff has tried as well as possible to address the concerns, and they feel that in spite of the issues raised, that this is still a good code. And I tend to agree, and I like AJ's analysis of a better built design as well. And I'm just going to have to go ahead and say, let's move it on.
Can I ask a question of other commissioners just to get a sense of the question that Bob posed? Like policy-wise, do we just generally feel that the industrial zone should be treated the same as everything else, or should it be something different? Because right now, the current code, both architecturally and landscape-wide, it's treated very differently than the rest of town. So I guess I'm just curious if that is something that just fundamentally everyone disagrees with policy-wise, or is that, yeah.
I mean, that was the question I thought I was asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Now you have
I
to
don't know
answer.
how we come to
Or
resolution,
you can if you want to.
so, I don't think I can't visualize what the impacts of this would be.
So no opinions. Okay.
I think it's a
Well, no,
good
I
thing.
think-
I think there's a lot of there's a lot of science. No, it's not science, and that's why I'm hung up. I can't even say my sentence. I think there's a lot of good knowledge out there as to the impact that landscaping around parking can do to the larger environment. And I think it's a good thing in the industrial zone as well. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No.
The statement you just made, I think that's important to say.
Okay, I'll call for a vote then.
Aye. Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
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 No.
No.
David?
No.
That recommendation passes.
David's a no guy today.
My gosh, I'm negative today.
The motion passes 5-2. All right. Rebecca, do we have a director's report this evening?
I just had a few things to share. So you all might have been following along or discussed earlier, but City Council remanded the 12th and Yampa project back to Planning Commission on Tuesday night. So it is going to come back to you. We'll give you some direction. We'll try to guide that conversation based on council's comments, but it will come back to you. I don't know if the applicant intends to make any revisions before it comes back or not, but we'll obviously provide you with a full report once we get a date set and scheduled. I just mention it because typically after you all have your vote and it moves on, you know, you kind of think you're done. This project has not been decided. It is quasi judicial. So I'm going to ask that you're all mindful that you're not out in the community having conversations about it. And I also recognize that you may have already had conversations about it, thinking that like sort of your part of the process was done. So just make note if that has occurred, and make sure that you disclose that prior to the hearing when it comes back to you, so that we can just get that on the record and make sure that there's no ex parte communication contact that has occurred that we don't get on the record. And I would also just say perhaps we should, I don't foresee remanding back to Planning Commission to become like a common thing, hopefully. But perhaps just sort of to be safe, you know, think of it as like a potential until council does take final action, just to kind of keep yourself from having conflicts or something like that, that potentially you'd have to step down from a decision if something got remanded back. Just wanted to throw that out there. I think that's all I have. Do you have any update on the design standards we want to share at this point, or we'll have something more concrete we'll share out?
Yeah, I guess we'd just say we've been having we've had 3 meetings with them, and we're getting together a stakeholder group and a timeline and schedule for meetings, and you guys will be top of our list. So
Yeah.
we can share that out when we have some more info.
Yeah, when we've had we're doing 2 things just to go a little further. Is there'll be the stakeholder group that you all are aware of. There'll also be interviews with local architects and some civil engineers as relevant. And we've had contact with a number of them that are interested in participating. So we'll have a couple of different methods to gather feedback and in different forums, not just a sort of roundtable stakeholder.
I know I keep promising you all the details on that process, but we're trying to get it wrapped up into something that we can like publish, and we'll share that with you all soon.
Great.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you. We don't have any minutes or old business tonight. Does anybody want to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're adjourned at 9:03.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.